Hello. Edon has launched. I repeat, Edon has launched. This is not a drill. Edon has launched at Israel. This is not a drill. Israel bombed Beirut, and so Edon has bombed Israel. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The missiles are incoming right now to the north. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. I see the missiles. Oh, there's a lot of missiles. Oh, I see the missile. It's on 10. Oh, goodness. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. They launched. They launched at Israel. I just saw the missile go across Camp 10. They have launched missiles at Haifa. Oh, the missiles are definitely incoming. This is not good. Iran launched a lot of missiles. They told Israel not to fire at Beirut. Israel fired at Beirut. It was not a good life decision. Oh, what are they doing? I told you if they fired at Beirut that they were going to launch missiles at them. They launched a hell of a lot of missiles. We got a lot of missiles incoming. Oh, Iran is very mad. I don't know what to tell you. There's a lot of missiles incoming. Oh, there's more missiles incoming. This is not good. This is very bad. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Hello. I'm sorry. We got off to quite a start there. Yes, the missiles are incoming. No, this is not good. Yes, I'm doing my best to monitor for you. Oh, goodness, there's a lot more missiles incoming. They launched a lot of missiles. They've been waiting for this. They told them not to bomb Beirut. They bombed Beirut. Oh, Israel's going to absolutely freak out. Oh, no. Iran has attacked Israel. This is very bad. I'll have it just happened right now. You just saw the alerts. I'll have a damage impact assessment for you as soon as I can. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have a very serious situation. Those are missiles. Those are a lot of missiles. That's a substantial amount of missiles. I only just saw the alerts. They only just happened. Hello, it's good to see you all. I'm sorry we have to go off to a sprint here. Well, we had our lull. The lull is over. Iran has bombed Israel. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where the bombs are yet. I'm going to have the footage. It just happened out of nowhere. It just kind of happened. I just saw the missile fly across Cam 10 and Cam 7. There's lots of missiles. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We did not have time at all to do anything today. We just had to go. Oh, that got very, very intense very, very quickly. Please allow me 1 second. I have to change over to my other headphones. It's gonna freeze up here. Give me 1 second, please. I got live as soon as I could. That comes with certain consequences. There's more missiles. There's just missiles everywhere, all over the north. Haifa. Oh, just everywhere you can imagine. There's a lot of missiles. Please give me a second as I adjust my tower settings. Okay. Thank you all for your patience and for the turbulence. I literally got live as soon as I could. Hello, yes, hello, Superstition Man. Hello, First 48. Hello, Matt. Hello, Tiffany Bob. Hello, Kara. Hello, all of you. Yes, I didn't really even have time to post this. I just went live as soon as I could to make sure that you all would be aware of the news. I heard the alerts come on. Towel Girlfriend and I were watching a very nice movie, and I said, no, I gotta go. This means an alert from Iran, and it was indeed. Iran launched at exactly 3 p.m. local time 9 minutes ago, and that would be, 9 p.m. in South Africa, 10 p.m. in Israel, and 10:30 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. That was quite a launch. They went nuts. They launched a substantial amount of missiles all across the north of Israel. I'll get you a damage impact assessment now. For now, we're watching the live cams. The alerts have not yet lifted. I don't think anyone was really ready for this. So while I was ready for this, I tried to tell you it was coming, but I don't think anyone was really ready for it. It just happened right off the bat. It just happened. Oh boy, that was a lot. That was a lot very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all just take a breath. I hope everyone is doing well. It's good to see you all. I will have a damage impact assessment for you very quickly. It's definitely on. Iran has just fired missiles at Haifa. I saw the missiles go across the cams, as did multiple other people. We have a hot war. They decided, as I told you, if they fired missiles at Beirut, Iran was inevitably going to fire, because you can't draw a red line and then not enforce it, or you become tactically weak. So I don't really know what to tell you all. I don't know how this is all going to play out. I'm going to take you through it. I need to post that I am live, which I forgot to do. I do not hear any emergency sirens wailing, although that is Tel Aviv that we're listening to. I do have a cam on Haifa as well. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you for flying, Air Towel. That was intense. That was where this is not over. The missiles are landing right now. It all popped off right there in a matter of seconds, and you should expect them to launch more than once. Please, Israel didn't even give warnings. They were saying that the probability of an attack was low. BS, the probability of a damn attack was low. Nonsense. You want to see the missiles? I have the footage of the missiles for you. Watch right here. So I'll show you when the alert. It came over right at the top of the hour. I'll let you watch it live. So the alert happened. I was listening on my phone. I was like, wait a minute. That's the sound I heard on my phone. That's the sound that happened 10 minutes ago. That was crazy. They launched out of nowhere. Israel got no warning. Normally they tell all their people to go near the shelters. They didn't. Iran launched, and I'll tell you, we don't have to watch all 6 minutes. They didn't have a lot of time. They got no... By the way, we have a launch site cam from Isfahan in Iran now. I don't think they launched from Isfahan because I didn't see anything there. Good to see you, SEO. Hello, Matthew, again. Good to see you, Derek. Yes, we have quite a situation going on. If you're just tuning in, Iran launched a day of missile. Hello, Edric. Yes, Iran launched a missile. I'm playing you the replay. They launched it at the top of the hour, so 12 minutes ago. The alerts are slowly clearing in Israel. I don't know if they're going to fire again. I will take you through the damage assessment. I will find out if it hit anything. I did see the missile going across. Oh, another one incoming. Iran has fired again. This is not a drill. Iran has fired again. We have to go live. I repeat, Iran has fired again. This is not a drill. Iran has fired again. They're incoming to the entire north, basically from Haifa all the way south to Netanya, all the way north to Kiryat Shimona. Iran has fired again. This is not a drill. This is very live. They have fired again. I repeat, they have fired again. I sent a message to today's video as soon as... Thank you so much. Oh, no, they fired again. Oh, this is very bad. You have maybe 5 minutes. Yes, we're back to that. It happened right away. I don't know what to tell you. It just came out of nowhere. We're back. I repeat, you have 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Iran has fired multiple times at Israel in the past 13 minutes. I will get you a damage impact assessment as soon as I can, but I need to monitor the live fire as we speak. They fired multiple rounds. They fired, then they fired again. This is exactly the pace that they used to do during the war. They told those settlers to leave in the north. The settlers ignored them to their peril, and now they're bombing them. Are you surprised that another one, oh God, that Iran has fired at Israel tonight? No, yes, towel, save those goats. All right, I don't know what to tell you all. You have 6 minutes. We're back to this again. It's very fast. It's good to see you all. Hello, Tiffany Bob. Hello, Edric. Hello, SEO. Here we go. You have 5 minutes now. I'll try to get you I'll try to get you footage of the first missile. All I know is that people should have heeded Towel's warning. I tried to tell you. They're incoming. It's going to be like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and this is another missile. This isn't even the first missile. I couldn't show you the first missile because now there's another missile incoming. Oh yes, they are coming. I have footage of the intercepts. Israel's trying desperately to intercept them. They're trying very, very hard. Israeli officials say this is a declaration of war by Iran. Expect the top cam right here to have the footage. Take a look right here. It's going to happen right now in maybe 4 minutes, maybe a little bit less. It's coming across the north. Listen, we also have military footage from Iran in the top left. We have cams inside Iran. I don't know how long they're going to last because Israel's declaring this an all-out war. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I was feeling so nervous and anxious today. Let me just tell you right now, I did not like the feeling. It was an apprehension that I simply was uncomfortable with. Hello, Barcodes. It's good to see you. Yes, this is all very concerning. Israel will bomb Iran immediately. Israel has basically just declared open war. You can't just surprise... Well, it wasn't a surprise attack. Iran said that if Israel bombed Beirut, then Iran was going to attack. Well, surprise, surprise. Here we go. Dear God, help us all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Towel News. As much as I was ready for this, I wasn't ready for this. I didn't think it would actually happen. I thought we'd see one of those diplomatic drawdowns. No, we've had the opposite. You have 3 minutes. Here they come. Red alerts. The missiles incoming. That's the missile alerts. Oh, there's a lot of them. Here it comes. You want to keep your eye on the top cams. And I imagine there's a lot of things in Iran that are about to be bombed. Iran made a choice. They must be back to full capacity. Oh, goodness. I don't know what's going on. He's moving his cams around. Hold on. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's an interceptor. Oh, I don't see any missiles yet, but it should be within the next 60 seconds. I see an interceptor going up on the bottom cam down here. That's an interceptor. Oh, this is very unsettling. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's Haifa. Oh, it's very bad. Oh, it's all over Haifa. I don't know where it's going to hit. The first few were intercepted. It's all happening very fast. It's just constant. Oh, it's definitely coming for Haifa. I don't see it on the cams, though. I see it. It's on 10. It's on 10. Oh, they're using the Southern Lebanon strategy. Look at it. That's the missile. That's it. Oh, that's the missile. It's right there. Look at it. It's coming. Somebody go to your safe spaces, and if you're in Haifa, go to the shelter. I don't know what to tell you. I just saw the missile. It's coming. You have like 35 seconds. It's over southern Lebanon. We're going to see it on the northern Israel cam. I saw it. I saw that missile. It was they're using the southern Lebanese airspace. Hezbollah is going to start firing. Oh, this is really bad. They've declared open war because of one airstrike on Beirut. The Iranians don't. Oh, there's another missile. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh no, it's happening right now. It's over the south of Lebanon. There's interceptors going up over northern Israel. There's 2 missiles. There's a 4th. There's a 3rd missile. Oh, they fired lots of missiles. The interceptor's going up on Cam 10 to try to catch the missile. I don't know if it's going to catch the missile or not. I can't really tell. It's a webcam. This is all happening live right now. You should probably go in if you are in North Israel and you are in the sound of my voice, you should go into your shelter. This is not a drill. I saw the missiles on the webcams. They're coming to the north of Israel. It's round after round. The Iranians told Israel not to bomb Beirut. Israel bombed Beirut just once, and Iran was like, oh, we're going to make them pay. They made them pay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a damage impact assessment because the missiles keep coming in. More? I don't know what's going on right now. This just caught more. Oh, dear God. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. Oh, it's everywhere. This is not good. They got through the interceptors. This is bad. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have any day. This is like the first day of the war, except it didn't start with an assassination in Iran. They just started firing missiles at the entire north of Israel, and they're using the Lebanese corridor. I told you they send the damn missiles through Iraq, and then through near Syria in the north, and then through Lebanon. I tried to tell you. How the hell else do you think the missiles going north to south through South Raindrop? Hold, please. And we're back. Hello. We're back. It's going to be intense tonight. I can only do so much. with a lot of people watching YouTube. Not just my channel, but the more people watch, the more intense it gets with the RTMP client. Hello. If you're just tuning in, Iran has attacked. They're just spamming, I would call it. Oh, more. Oh, goodness. Oh, there's just lots of explosions right now. There's lots of alerts. There's lots of bombs falling. This is a serious problem. Oh my God! Look at all those alerts. They're everywhere. It's everywhere. Oh my word. I am very concerned. I don't have, I saw more missiles on 10. They just keep coming. How many missiles did they fire? Like 40? My word. Listen, Iran is not coming to play. They told them they were going to do this, and they did it, and it's brutal. This is the first 5 minutes. They fired like 7 missiles. Maybe 10, maybe 15. This is crazy. This is more intense than during the war. They just started firing missiles at the north, and Israel can't stop them. What the hell? We were told Iran didn't have any missiles yet. It left. There have been multiple impacts on 10. I saw those as well. There have been some hits. I can't give you a damage assessment because the missiles are still falling. People can't be outside taking video while the missiles are falling. But this is very bad. If you're just tuning in, Iran out of nowhere, well, it wasn't out of nowhere. They telegraphed they were going to do this if Israel struck Beirut. I guess Israel thought that Iran... I think Israel was trying to bait Iran into doing this so Israel could have an excuse to attack Iran. Well, you better be right this time, because otherwise Iran's about to go back into war mode. They clearly were ready to do this. Oh, this is horrifying. They just spammed. They must have fired Khorram Sharrars. Oh my God. Pray for those people. They weren't ready for this. They should have been ready, but their government was lying to them. I tried to tell them. Thank you, Matthew. We'll get Al Jazeera's feed up as soon as the missiles stop falling. If you see impacts, please let me know. I will get you I will get you footage from the ground, but the missiles are in the air right now. It's going to be very hard to get you footage from the ground because people are going to be hiding from the missiles. Praying for your sister Tiffany. It is very scary. I totally understand why people want to stay, but they need to go to their shelters if they're in any of the north. They should have left the north, frankly, the other day. But right now, I can't even take you to live footage from the ground because the missiles are in the air. It's multiple rounds. I track this stuff. I'm pretty good at it. I can't tell you it's chaos right now. There's so many alerts and there's so many missiles and so many interceptors. It's going to take me 5 minutes to even show you what's going on. All right. Everybody breathe. Tal is going to see if I can find out what type of missiles these were. All right. We're going to start there. Okay, I have the missiles. I repeat, I have the missiles. I repeat, I have video of the missiles. They seem to be hypersonics. I repeat, they seem to be hypersonics. These probably hit. Nirahanya has been hit. I repeat, Nirahanya has been hit. Okay, I have the footage from the ground. I don't know if we should switch away from the live cams, though, because I think there's more missiles coming. We need to kind of wait for a second. Hello, Yoram, my dear friend. God bless you. I think this all appears to be Nirahanya in the north, but we're going to be monitoring it close. God bless you, my dear friend. It's so good to see you. I watched your video the other day. It was so touching and good. It's so good to see you. The missiles at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, seem to be limited to, if you look at the map behind me, the missiles at this moment seem to be limited only to Netanya through Haifa and up towards Kiryat Shimona. However, I cannot tell you as of right now whether it was Khorram Sharrars or Sejals or some type of hypersonic missile with a singular warhead or a multiple re-entry vehicle warhead. I have seen 3 pictures now from the ground. I'm going to bring them up on the screen for you in a minute. They appear to be hypersonic ballistic missiles. They appear to have been launched in waves, maybe 4 to 10. That's my best initial assessment. God bless you, Yaram. We missed you, my dear friend. I hope you are safe tonight. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Iran just launched 2 rounds of ballistic missiles at northern Israel. This was the first time I was able to pause without missiles flying through the air, and I will now show you some of the footage while keeping the live cams up. We haven't had to do this in a little bit, so I didn't really have a plan for this. Let me see how I can do this. How about if I do it like that? That was a lot. That was a lot really quickly, ladies and gentlemen. You are not losing it. That was a lot for anyone very, very quickly. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to show you some of the footage that has just come in over the wires. I don't have any impact assessments. The first reports I'm hearing are that shrapnel of some kind has fallen in near Hanya. I do not have any impact assessments for you at the moment. Pete, it is good to see you, my dear friend. Alright, I'm going to show you the missiles now. Here are the missiles. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to keep your live cams up. I got to move things around a little bit here. More alerts. Oh, dear God. How? How? Oh, no. They're coming. They sent another round. No. Oh, no. They sent another round. Incoming. Incoming. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. Here's some of the footage from in Iran of the missiles going. They're just in the street. You should not be in the streets right now. Go home. Oh, no. Go home, people. They're going to come bomb you. Go home. Oh, no, this is bad. Their people are just in the streets in Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been another ballistic missile launch from Iran. It's heading towards the entire north. It's round after round. Iran has launched at least 10 missiles over 3 rounds in the past 25 minutes. It started at the top of the hour. It has not stopped. There is another set of missiles incoming in the next 5 minutes. I repeat, you have 5 minutes. I'm trying to show you the footage from the ground of the missiles that just launched. But I can't even do that. They should not be in the street. Israel is going to attack those people. Here is the footage from Beirut of those missiles arriving. Multiple sets of hypersonic missiles. Started at 3 o'clock, which was 10 o'clock in Israel, in Lebanon, and then it continued, and 10:30 in Iran. It continued. It is Sunday, June 7th, 2026. It continued. They fired again at 3:10 local Boston time, wartime in the U.S. They fired again at 3:28. Now you have 5 minutes. These are just some of the missiles that were incoming. But I don't have time to show you those missiles because I got to go back to the live cams because there's more missiles incoming right now. If you live anywhere in the north of Israel, you should be in your shelter. They didn't really give you much of a warning. I'm sorry about that, but you should probably be in your shelter. You have about 6 minutes, maybe 5 minutes at this point. Iran has launched again. I repeat. Iran has launched again. You have 5 minutes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you've never been here for this kind of coverage, it's a roller coaster. Strap in, get ready. God bless all of you. Oh, dear God. For the 3rd time in 30 minutes, Iran has launched missiles towards northern Israel. Time to arrival, how long? Like 4 minutes? 4 minutes. 4 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh, dear goodness. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You have 4 minutes. Hello, Valhalla. God bless you. Good to see you. I repeat, you have 4 minutes. There's been 3 launches in the past 30 minutes. This is the 3rd set of launches. They are incoming now. I repeat, you have 4 minutes. It's from Haifa through to Kiryat Shimona. Hello, Clumsy Clairvoyance. God bless you. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your towel wrench. If you're just tuning in, Israel bombed Beirut earlier. Iran said, don't bomb Beirut. Israel bombed Beirut. Iran has launched wave after wave after wave of missiles at the north of Israel. Expect a response. Iran did this to tank the markets, 100%. 100%. The oil futures open in 3 hours. The Nikkei opens in what? Like, what time is it in Japan right now? Hold on. Time, Japan. The Nikkei opens in 5 hours, maybe less. The Shanghai Composite opens right after. They're going to crash. And the U.S. markets are going to crash. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. They were like, oh, Mr. President, you want to play with the markets? We'll show you how to play with the markets. Oh, boy. Oh, this is bad. You're going to want to, if I'm still alive at the time. And then there's the Proctor hearing tomorrow at 8:45. Oh, goodness. This is going to be one of those days. Good thing I have an energy drink. I'm a towel. My pleasure, Clumsy Clairvoyance. Thank you for being with us. God bless all of you. Hello, 1-0 State fan. It's so good to see you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching the updates on this channel, you'll know that Lebanon was always the problem, the red line. All Israel had to do was not strike in Beirut. They struck in Beirut today. If you missed my coverage earlier, there's a video on the channel, and you can see the moment I caught it on GNTV on the webcam. You have 2 minutes. The alerts are about to start sounding. You're going to see the missiles come flying over the cameras right now. You have 2 minutes. God bless you, Kara. Here they come. Red alerts. Where is it? It's Haifa. Oh, it's more than Haifa. It's all the south of Haifa. It's Netanya. It must be a Khorram Sharhar. How can there be this many alerts? It's all from Netanya through to the south of Haifa and then over towards the Finger of the Galilee near the Sea of the Galilee in the south. Folks, this is bad. Iran has started firing. Iran has declared open war on Israel. They will fight back. Mark my words, Iran's about to get hit. And then they're going to hit back. We've entered the Thucydides escalation trap because Benjamin Netanyahu bombed Beirut. Hello, Holy Son. Yes, the missiles are arriving indeed. Okay, take a look at Cam 10, folks. You're going to watch Cam 10. You're going to watch Cam 1. Actually, Cam 1 is in Iran, so you're going to watch Cam 10. You're going to see this missile come from the north to the south on Cam 10. It's facing Israel, so it's pointed south. The missile is not there yet, but it might be a Khorram Sharhar. These are a lot of alerts. Okay, it's actually all of Haifa. It's all of Haifa. If you're anywhere near Haifa or Netanya or really anywhere near Haifa, you should be in a shelter. It might be a Khorram Sharhar, folks. I don't know why there's so many alerts. It's all through the north of Israel. It hasn't been as bad since the war. Oh, they launched again! No, they did not! Oh, this is wild! There's the missile! It's on the camera right now, and they're launching again! This is not a drill. They launched again. I repeat, the missile is coming over. It's a single missile. It's not a Khorram Sharhar. I see a hit on the cam in the top left. I repeat, they launched again. This is not a drill. They've launched for the 4th time. You have 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, that was an impact. I repeat, we have an impact in the north. They're overwhelming their defenses. What do you mean they're out of missiles? Mr. President said they only had 22% of their missiles. What are you talking about? They're just firing They're firing missiles every 8 minutes. They're just going over and over and over again. This is an absurd situation. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they said watch the skies. We didn't listen, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of hits. Listen, they don't have the air defenses to do this. Do you understand we only have 200 Patriot interceptors left? They can only handle about an hour or two of this. They can't handle more. They don't have... There's another one! Oh, look at it! This is live! There's another one! There's an interceptor going up to try to get it. And then the missile's over here. Look at the interceptor. That's from that cam. It's trying to get it. I don't know if it's going to get it or not. I can't tell. Oh, wow. Oh, goodness. Oh, I think it got it. I think I saw it intercept on cam 10. Listen, this is outrageous. They're firing more missiles than they did during the war. 3 launches in 30 minutes. I thought I saw a 4th launch alert. I can't tell because it came in so fast. There were other alerts on the screen when it came in. They haven't fired at Tel Aviv. If you're just tuning in, they have not fired at Tel Aviv. They have been firing at Haifa. If you're in Haifa, go in your shelter and don't leave. I'm sorry they didn't tell you. They should have told you. This was very obvious. Don't leave. At least for now. This was not one round and they're going to fire again. They're making a point. They are very mad. They waited for like 45 days. They watched what happened to southern Lebanon. I'm talking about Iran. They watched what happened to southern Lebanon and Gaza. All these missiles, mark my words, are going to have pictures from what Israel did to Gaza and Lebanon over the past 45 days. They said they were going to make them pay. They made them pay. Ben-Gvir's going to lose his mind. They're going to bomb. Israel will bomb. You cannot attack Israel like that. It's a Thucydides trap. Israel will bomb Iran immediately. Immediately. And then Iran will launch Khorram Shahars. And the frustrating and sad part is we might see an alert for Tel Aviv because here's how it works. Iran said don't bomb Beirut. If you bomb Beirut, we're going to bomb the north of Israel. Well, Israel bombed Beirut. Iran bombed the north of Israel. Israel's going to bomb Tehran. If Israel bombs Tehran, Iran's going to bomb Tel Aviv. And we're going to be right back in that cycle. Hello, IDF. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my friend. Thank you for your support. And I think a lot of us needed some time off over the past month. That was a lot. Also, remember your chat moms are still here. Remember the rules. 180 countries or so over the past, whatever, been 90 days. I appreciate you all being so understanding towards each other, especially during intense moments. Slight frame drop. We're back. Hello. There's going to be some frame drops tonight. There's nothing I can do about it. All the channels will get them at the same time. The servers are going to take a hit. There's going to be a lot of people coming to YouTube to find out what's going on. So just bear with me with any frame drops. It won't be more than 10 seconds if it happens. And we'll be right back up. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll get you an impact assessment now. I'm loath to even minimize this because the last time I tried to show you what happened on the ground, missiles just started flying in. But let's see if we can do it this time, all right? No promises. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I do know what to tell you. This was obvious to anyone who was paying attention. Some people, I think mostly the Israeli government, was really hoping that Iran wouldn't do this. They were trying to call their bluff. It was not a good life decision. Has Iran bluffed at all during this? They were in a position of strength. So let me show you what's going on the ground, okay? This was the first and second wave. This was just the first and second wave. I do not have an update for you on the third wave. I will keep an eye on it. This was the first and second wave of missiles towards Haifa within the last 40 minutes. Oh, poor thing. Wherever children are, I remember one of our dear friends who came in here in the early days of the war, and he said, the children of my enemy are not my enemy, and I will raise them as my own. And I thought that was very true. And I always hate to see children exposed to missiles. It's very sad. Yeah, it blows my mind that every news channel was not ready for this. I mean, come on. It was obvious this was going to happen. They should have all been ready immediately. None of them were ready. It's kind of embarrassing. It is heartbreaking, Melissa. So, Iran is sending hypersonic ballistics. They have not fired any Qurm Shahars yet that I have seen. Those are very dangerous missiles that they're firing, though. Those are not cruise missiles. Those are hypersonics. Okay, I got more videos incoming. There's a lot. I have video from Karaj of one of the launches. And I have video from South Lebanon, and I have video of an intercept. Okay, I have a lot of stuff coming in. It's all going to fly across the wires very quickly. These were the first series of attacks. This is from South Lebanon. It's actually from Beirut, looking towards South Lebanon. Now let me show you the newer pictures that are coming in. Alright, so there's new pictures coming in now. Let me show you them. So this is one of the Israeli interceptors missing its target in the north of us now. That was one of those that we saw in the cam. Their interceptors are not doing the job. Although some of those hit. Again, that's an Israeli interceptor failing to get the Iranian missile. See the missile? The missile goes to the left. And that's another Iranian missile. They leave a tail. The interceptor leaves like a contrail. Iranian missiles like spark like that a little bit. Hello in Lebanon. We have threes. Iran launched 3 waves of attacks at once. There has not been a follow-up since, but I'm monitoring very closely. What you're looking at now is the latest footage from northern Israel where an Israeli interceptor completely misses the Iranian missiles, and it's multiple waves. I believe, Kanapi, there is a confirmed hit. I believe there is at least one confirmed hit. I'm going to show you more footage now. This is from above South Lebanon. These are the Iranian missiles going towards Israel. This is from Lebanon, minutes ago. These are the Iranian missiles flying over the skies. Remember, the missiles are in honor of the people of Lebanon. So they're sending them over Lebanon so they can see them. They want the Lebanese people to know that they did this for them. Israel has no choice but to respond. Israel must respond, and they will. They will bomb Iran right now. We will hear of explosions in Iran within maybe, it takes like 4 hours to get a jet there. They will launch a jet there immediately. Alright. The alerts are clearing. Let's see how close Iran is watching. If they're watching close, they'll launch again now. Footage from actually in Iran of the launch of one of their missiles. This is from Karaj. So they're launching from the west of Tehran. That's crazy. They turned the internet back on in Iran. Now we get actual launch footage from in Iran. That's crazy. Dude, Israel probably should not know, you know, where they're launching from, because they're going to go light them up. So, all hell's about to break loose. You know what that means, though. We can play the song. We absolutely can play the song. I think it's time for that song. Let me show you some more footage coming from South Lebanon. The Iranian statements will come out through the Telegram channels and then filter to X. Iran doesn't really need to make a statement, though. I mean, they can make a statement, but their missiles are the statement. Of course, Mr. President Trump is going to approve. He will approve. He's POC committed now. He doesn't have a choice. He's got to go. What I mean by go is he's got to give the go order. I don't mean he has to leave office. If he doesn't give a go order on this, then the tables... Do you see why it's a Thucydides trap? If Israel and the U.S. don't respond to Iran launching ballistic missiles at Haifa, then Iran has hand. Just like if Iran didn't respond to Israel's bombing of Beirut, Israel would have hand. They have no choice. Iran's army, according to 10 State Fan, just said that this is a warning. This was a warning from the Iranians. Let's see. I don't think the Israelis will take it as a warning. I think they'll use it as an excuse to retaliate. But I will get you impact damage, and I will also find out. I will also get you that statement the second I see it. Got some more footage coming in now. Hezbollah may also have launched at the same time. I'm going to show you that incredible footage from on the ground in Iran where the civilians were celebrating, the sort of having a parade, and it looks like the IRGC launched the missiles tactically to show the people outside at the parade the missiles. I'm going to show you them now. Give me 1 second. This is footage from downtown. I believe this is Tehran. Earlier tonight. This was at a rally in Iran where the missiles were launched. Again, if you're just tuning in, Iran has launched what it called a warning strike in 3 waves at northern Israel. I'm going to show you the footage now on the full screen. I just got to switch over from the cams. And I'm going to continue to monitor, and I'm going to get you impact damage, and I'm going to put your comments back up. I just need a second. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you for flying Airtel. These are scenes from Tehran tonight of the missiles launching on TV. Well, that's what it's like when you're outside at a parade and your country launches missiles at Israel. Those are Hezbollah flags too. They're doing this for Hezbollah. Listen, I promise you, this made it to IRGC TV because the IRGC wants you to know they did this for Hezbollah. Those are Hezbollah flags. You see the yellow flags? The ones with the green, white, and red are Iranian flags. The yellow flag is the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, or the Party of God, or Hezbollah. That's a message. That is a message. This clip is the message. They don't speak. like that. They like to use they like to use imagery. They're very intelligent in Iran. The IRGC, they're saying this is for Hezbollah. Hello, Restless Native. Good to see you. If you're just tuning in, we're looking at incredible footage from Mer News in Iran of a rally in support of Hezbollah and the IRGC as the missiles launch. You will never see this again as long as you live, because they could only do this on a surprise basis. Their people can't be outside while they're firing missiles because they know they could get bombed in response. That's hands down the craziest thing I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of war footage. I've never seen a crowd in a square, like, with the government's coordination. Dude, that's why they took 6 hours to reply. They got all their people ready. That's wild. I mean, even as a seasoned now war reporter, I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. Yes, we pray for all innocents everywhere. I don't even know what to tell you about that scene, though. You're going to live for a long time, folks. God bless all of you. You're never going to see anything like that again. All those people are now inside. By the way, you hear about all that construction work going on in the tunnel to the northwest of Iran? There's this odd little tunnel. It's one of the highways that leads out of Iran. You know, they closed it for traffic maintenance a bunch of times during the ceasefire. Nonsense. They don't have shelters in every building in Tehran. They built a shelter under that mountain for the civilian population. That's what they were doing during the ceasefire. Yoram says, reports, Trump announced, okay, you fired your missiles, now go back to the negotiation table, which means Israel likely got the message not to respond. Yoram, that would be a best case scenario. If we can escape, so as an analyst, I'll tell you what happens. As an opinion, as a human, what I hope is we escape the escalation trap. And that's the way to do it. It's a big, hit to Israeli prestige if they aren't allowed to respond. But that's how you escape the escalation trap. You don't respond. But Ben Gvir's going to lose his mind. Bibi's kind of weakened as it is, and elections are coming up, and the Knesset's about to dissolve. So, the Knesset is the Israeli parliament. So what I don't foresee happening, and by the way, that appears to have been a Hezbollah and Iran joint attack. That's why there were so many waves of alerts. Also, the early warning system completely failed. It worked for Iran, but they couldn't do early warnings for Iran, alerts for Iran, and early warnings for Hezbollah. I've been monitoring the new early warning system in the north of Israel. It's okay. It gives them like 2 minutes. An early warning is before a red alert. A red alert, you have like 60 seconds. They get like 2 extra minutes, maybe a minute in Metula and Kiryat Shimona. But 2 minutes closer to the Sea of Galilee. They didn't use those at all tonight. They couldn't tell them. And Iran was testing them. And I watched the alerts. And Iran managed to overwhelm the alert system. And the alert system couldn't tell the difference between, it didn't have enough room in its database to push out alerts for the Hezbollah launches and the Iranian launches. So all they got were heads up that there were Iranian launches, and then the Hezbollah launches were just red alerts. There was no early warning. In Lebanon, well, no phones. It's like this thing. It will override everything else on your phone. It will wake you up. Trust me, I leave it on 24/7. During the ceasefire, I left that app on. I've never turned it off. Maybe 1 or 2 times for a few hours, like at the doctor's or whatnot. But the point is, It will wake you from a deep sleep. And it overrides your phone settings, so it doesn't play like a music song, it plays like an alarm. So it's a separate part of the volume control that overrides all the other like alerts. It's very loud. And then if the missiles actually get to a town, there are physical air raid sirens that are very loud. I agree. I don't think there was. That's a good question in Limonene. I think they have they have a system on the ground, a very loud system. But every unit in Israel, by law, for the most part, has to have a protected space or a shelter. In some parts of Israel, a lot, if you walk outside and you hear a siren, you're most likely within a certain number of feet to a shelter. You just go to it. You just walk into it. They have a lot of shelters. Lebanon does not have shelters. Iran is probably building them. They don't have as many shelters. Israel's whole civilization is built around proactive defense. So every apartment, every public space, there's bomb shelters accessible. They built their country around that concept, knowing that this was going to happen. That was something very smart. Now, as you know, I think bomb shelters should be standard for all civilian populations. But the amount of money you got to put in to build bomb shelters for every citizen, it's incredible. It's a lot. So if you're just tuning in, there has been 3 waves of attacks. They have stopped in the past 20 minutes. But that is contingent on Israel not responding. Early reports, and we pray they hold, are that Mr. President has ordered Israel not to respond in the pursuit of negotiations with Iran. George, hello. How are you, George? It's good to see you. Good to see you, Standing Stones. God bless all of you. Let me show you more footage now from the north of Israel. This was during the attack by Iran. There were multiple waves. If Bibi's in... Well, this will be a real test, actually, Kara. That's a great insight. This will be a test of who is calling the shots. If Mr. President is in charge, then there will be no response. If Bibi is in charge, there will be a response. I now have potential confirmation for you of an impact in the north. I'm going to play you the video. Hello to all of you. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, it's coming up on 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. Barring a miracle, which may yet happen, Iran has just responded to Israel's attack on the southern suburbs of Beirut earlier on Sunday. It is 10 p.m. in South Africa. It's 11 p.m. in Israel, and it's 11:30 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. It's Sunday, June 7th, 2026. Primo, it's good to see you. God bless you. I can absolutely understand that. Permo, my apologies. I can absolutely understand that. It has been quite a day. So now the potential impact in the north. That was a rapid fire hour.
Yeah.
I can't tell if this actually hits because the video cuts off, but I believe this was an impact.
Yeah.
Breaking, the Iranian missile site in Isfahan has been hit. Breaking, I cannot confirm this was not a missile exploding, but from what I understand, the Iranian missile site in Isfahan has been hit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iranian missile site in Isfahan has been hit. I repeat that you're looking at it. The Iranian missile site in Isfahan may have been hit. I can't tell exactly what that is because it happened at 10:43 local time. And I only have this very grainy webcam footage. I can't analyze it properly. But I believe there may have been some kind of attack on the Isfahan launch facility. I told them it was a bad idea. I told you it was a bad idea to have a camera up. Now let me show you more videos that are coming in from the north of Israel following the Iranian attack in the past 60 minutes. Hopefully the rest of the news channels will catch up. For now, you have Towel News. Interpret Towel. Hello. This is just some of the footage coming in. I'm going to show you all of it. Hello, Tammy. Good to see you. It is unclear if Israel has struck back. I do believe that they did, but it is unclear. I'm going to try to find out. If they did, you'll know, because Iran will hit back and we'll see a launch alert. Seer, it's good to see you, my friend. God bless you. This is more footage tonight from the north of Israel. This is actually probably, yeah, I think this is from Israel. Might be from Lebanon. Might be from Sidon. It's tough to tell. Might be the border, though. I can't exactly tell where this is from. It looks like it's from south of the Bekaa, actually. The western part of South Lebanon. If I had to guess. But, you know, that's just a guess. If you're tuning in, there were impacts. It's going to take a little time because the people had to go to their shelters. But there was at least one impact, and it is possible that Iran has been hit in response. You're looking at the latest pictures from the ground of the Iranian missiles flying over North Israel and South Lebanon. There's a lot of footage that has come in. People were expecting this. Here's more. This is one of the... Notice the Iranian missiles. Notice how they have like a streak, the hypersonics, whereas an interceptor has a contrail. It's good to learn how to identify what trails missiles have, so when they go at each other, you know what is what. Not a problem, Kara. Typos are appreciated. Yoram says that initial reports are coming in that the Israeli attack on Beirut was without American authorization. With many years of familiarity, the Israeli response will be limited, and that will be the end of this story. I pray, Yoram, I pray there's no response, frankly, and we escape the escalation trap. But I will try to get a damage impact assessment for you. I will try to hopefully confirm that these attacks did not hit civilian populations. Let me give you an example. We saw this footage earlier, but when I say an interceptor as a contrail, that's an interceptor. That's an Israeli interceptor, and it's going to try to go get... So see the Iranian missiles? 1, 2, and then 3. It's going to try to go get this one. Oh, there's 4 actually. 1, 2, 3, and then this one. It's trying to go get this one. You see that Iranian missile? And it misses it. So you see the interceptor and then the Iranian missile? And that's another Iranian missile. So they overwhelm the air defenses. There's no question about it. Let me show you. I showed you the footage from Karaj. I have actually some new footage from Iran. I think this is from Tabriz. Give me 1 second. Yes, so this is Tabriz in Iran. You can actually see some footage coming out because the internet's back on. So he's saying I'm in Tabriz.
موشک تبریز همکنون 17 خرداد یک شنبه.
So unlike during the war, Iran shut its internet down during the
موشک
war
تبریز
to prevent
همکنون
Mossad from communicating with their networks in the country. We got some videos because people would use like satellite internet, in which you can't really stop. The satellites just fly around in such high orbit. You'd have to shoot them down to stop them. And there's like 30,000 of them for just one company. But the point is, Iran turned its internet back on. So not only did we get video from Karaj and from Tabriz, but we got video from the IRGC's channel, one of their news stations, live. They planned this. They filmed the missiles live on TV. All right, now I'll show you scenes from Iraq's Anbar governorate, where an item or object was shot down. It's unclear what it was doing or why it was shot down. Oh, that I can't really tell what that is. That's an odd looking flame. Is that like a jet engine? That's an explosion of some kind. It's very high in the air. Where's it going? It's going... What object causes that giant ball of light? I realize it's very dark, so it could just be the camera lens not able to adequately process the light. But what the hell is going... That thing definitely got shot... Oh, yep. Something got shot down. Okay. Having watched the video, I now am far more comfortable saying yes, that's some kind of object being shot at and falling to the ground. This is in Iraq. I can't tell if it's a missile or a plane or a missile hitting a plane. It has a big trail on it. It has a big heat source, whatever it is. And then I can't tell if the thing with the heat source hits something. It's very dark. I mean, to be fair, this is like the middle of the Iraqi desert. And I'm surprised the guy's cell phone could even capture whatever this is. But the point is, there's something that was definitely shot out of the sky in Iraq like 30 minutes ago. I wish I could tell you more. If it were the daytime, I could tell you more. But I can't. All I can tell you is I have enough information to tell you that something got hit in midair, and then it changed its trajectory, went down, and exploded on the ground. I don't know why, frankly, but this is normally a sign that there is active firing. Israeli jets use a corridor. So here's what you want to look for. Behind my head, you see how there's a corridor from Jerusalem over Jordan, over the middle of Iraq, and then towards Iran. Israel, when it strikes, it develops what's called a strike corridor. That strike corridor runs from Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, in the middle of Israel, right on through Jordan. Okay, that's why the capital is so important. Then it goes through the middle of Iraq. The northern part of Iraq is a little dangerous. There's a lot of Iranian militias there. Like the Blood Guardians are up there. They're also in Basra. Because Iran wants this territory down here. Iran wants that. There's areas south of Basra. They fought over that. But the point is, Israel flies along this highway, route, Highway 1 in Iraq. They cross Baghdad. It's very well protected. And then they enter Iran right here. This is like a very important border. From Kanaquin in the north to Marhan, or to Badra in Iraq in the south. Israel enters here, and then they can attack all of these cities from the strike corridor all the way to Karaj and Tehran, the capital. That's their strike corridor. Then, if they want to attack Isfahan, they can. They go south. There's a nuclear reactor in Arak here. This is where a lot of the missiles launch from. They also launch from up here near Tabriz. Remember how I told you there was missile footage from Tabriz? Because they don't just launch from Karaj. Remember, circumlocution? They launch from Tabriz. And their strike corridor, Iran's missiles fire here or here if they're going to Israel. They go through the north of Iraq, over Erbil and Mosul. They go over the northern part of Syria, like near al-Raqqa and south of Aleppo. Then they kind of go through Lebanese airspace up here, like near Homs in Syria. They go over Beirut. That's why you saw the video. They go over Sedan and the western Bekaa. That's why you saw those videos. Then they cross over the contested area, and then they go and hit the north. That's Iran's firing route, and you can't stop them. Nobody has enough air defenses in Erbil and Mosul because the Iranian resistance groups in Iraq, the Blood Guardians and the PMF, took all the air defenses out. And nobody can stop them in Syria because there are no air. There was one anti-air battery in Syria, two actually. One of them was taken out, but they're both in Damascus. There's no anti-air batteries up here at all for anyone near Aleppo. So all they do is cross the missiles here, and then that's why it takes 6 minutes to fire a hypersonic missile from the north of Iran, which they just did, over Iraq, over Syria, over Lebanon, and into the north of Israel. It takes 6 minutes. Maybe a little less. And that's what they just did. That's why you saw. Now, that's their traditional missile path. Israel, now it makes a lot more sense if you look at it. Israel has control over this flight path. It's the more direct route. But a direct route over land is not a direct route in the air. The globe is a sphere. You want to go in like an arc. That's called circumlocution. That's why planes fly on an arc. It's quicker. But so the way to think of this is Iran controls the skies over the northern route, and then Israel controls the skies in the central route if they want to go, and then the U.S. has Saudi airspace for its purposes. And then the U.S. attacks a lot from Kuwait, okay, right here. And then the U.S. down here in Bahrain has the 5th Naval Fleet headquarters near Manama, okay? And that's right here. So all of these players have different, like, sort of areas they like to use for their attacks. And we just saw a very traditional, hello, silent dogs. Yoram reports that Mr. Trump says Israel doesn't need to respond. We are days away from signing the agreement. I hope he said that. Oh, was that on Truth Social? Let me check right now, actually. So you're looking at footage from over the north of Iraq now. And then I showed you the footage from Tabriz. And then I showed you that while I'm pulling on Mr. President Trump's Truth Social, let me just show you the scenes from downtown. I think this is Tehran, maybe Karaj, tonight on IRGC's Mayor News Live. They did this on purpose. Okay, so President Trump spoke to Trey Yingst. Yoram, as always, is on the ball. President Trump spoke to Trey Yingst. Okay, this is the report. It was on the ball. I'm quoting from Trey Yingst from Fox News, who spoke to the American president on the phone 26 minutes ago. I spoke with President Trump. We'll have more on Fox News in a few minutes. I'll get you the clip as soon as I can. Quoting the president, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. He's telling them not to respond. Oh, we have an impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the IDF has I have confirmation of an impact in the north. And Mr. President is telling Israel not to respond. This is incredible. Hello, Orr. It's good to see you. Your username reminds me of Bobby Orr from the Bruins. Folks, we have a confirmed impact in the north. I repeat, we have a confirmed impact. Whoa. This is a confirmed, this is breaking. This is 6 minutes old, but it's from the last hour. So the IDF has started doing the fog of war thing again. I repeat, this is a confirmed impact in the north. Israel did not intercept all the missiles. They have been hit.
Whoa.
You're looking at the latest pictures from the north. Iran successfully struck northern Israel at least once. Mr. President's initial reaction was to say Israel is to not respond. I can't believe this. I never thought we would see... Let me just take a second and collect my thoughts. I never thought we would see a situation, ladies and gentlemen, where Israel got attacked with ballistic hypersonic missiles and they were ordered to stand down. Hello, DD Thames. It's so good to see you. Apparently, Silent Dog says if you're near an impact, the ground rolls kind of like you're in an ocean. Now, Silent Dogs, I saw some footage actually from Sur or Tyre, the oldest continuously inhabited city in the earth today, on the earth, that was hit by an Israeli strike today. They bombed so intensely. I'll show you the footage when we can do our catch up. We had to go through the live attacks. They bombed so intensely it caused cracks in the highway because it rolled the pavement exactly like you said, and they couldn't take the stress. Report. So listen, has anyone been tracing the weird earthquakes in Tehran over the past few weeks? Because I have. I know Interpretal's been on it. I think Iran has the nuke. Aloha, Rekka. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my dear friend. Actually, we could do it this way. I already got a poll up. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Iran already has the nuclear weapon. Put a 2 if you don't. I think they do. I'm going to put a 1. So if you think Iran has a nuclear weapon already, put a 1. If you think they do not, put a 2. My opinion is they have the nuke. And they tested it. I think they got it from Pakistan. Hello, Mercury Star. Hello, Deuce. I think a lot of people are going to feel they are. Clumsy, absolutely. I love your username, Clumsy Clairvoyance. That's great alliteration. You may vote 3. You can vote 3 for I don't know. I'll allow it. Hello, Brian's Andrea. Welcome. So good to see you. Enjoy your towel wrench. Docs Watson, it's so good to see you. Docs Watson does not have a vote. So it's kind of split down the middle. I'd say it's like 80, like 70-30, with a few people who don't know. Like on a snap poll, I think like 7 people think Iran has the bomb out of 10. 3 people don't. Maybe 6, maybe like 65-35. Actually, let's just start a new poll. Let's just do I'm going to let you vote on it. Well, you can take a look at the results of the first poll. Yoram says, the sign Israel does not intend to respond. It was decided not to close Israeli airspace. I agree. Yoram, I think they're not going to respond. I think it's shocking, but I think they're not going to respond. Do you believe that, as of today, Iran has a nuclear bomb? Yes, no, undecided. All right, there you go. Let's see what you think. Because if they have the bomb and they're not telling us, first of all, do you realize how much of a humiliation that'll be for Mr. President Trump? But it also explains why everybody's so reserved. Imagine if Pakistan gave them the bomb because Pakistan thought that was the best way to end the war. Isn't Pakistan how North Korea got the bomb? Just saying. I think Iran has the bomb. I know I'm one of the first people to say it, but I think I've earned the ability to make this analysis. I'm not saying it as fact. It's my analysis. That's the only way I could even ever do this kind of thing. That's why I like to report. because then I can analyze. If I actually knew things, then I wouldn't be able to tell you things, but I can analyze. My point is, I very much believe that Iran has the bomb. I'm sorry. I think they got it from Pakistan. I think all those talks... Remember when the Iranian foreign minister went to Moscow right after he went to Islamabad? Right after the talks broke down? I think he told Putin he had the nuke. I think they've had the nuke for over a month. I remember the first test. And they did another test. I think they have the nuke. Yoram says that the IDF spokesperson has the statement has been delayed, and that will probably indicate the end. And Yoram, frankly, I would be thrilled. Remember, a lot of states pursue nuclear weapons as a deterrent, and I think there's this unspoken sort of theme going on here that neither side's talking about. There's this like intense deterrent that's around right now. And I just have to give it to you straight. Now that I watched them just do that attack without having any retaliation, and I don't think there will be, I think they have the bomb. Yep, I agree. Deuce says Iran had the technology. They only needed the refined material. And did you know Iran can make their own centrifuges now? Centrifuges are very hard to make. You have to custom cast them. They're like very intense metal. It takes 6 to 8 months to order one, maybe 12. And you can only order it if you're a state, basically. And Iran makes them now. I just want you to know that. So they were, and people, this whole war, I just want to pause before we do the recap of today. I want to give it to you straight. This whole war was nonsense from the U.S.'s part. I need to give it to you straight. Mr. President was cornered on the Epstein files. All of his buddies, the CIA, everybody was falling, and they like needed a way. They knew he was going to fall on his sword. Frankly, the whole GOP is falling on its sword. But they had to distract from the Epstein files. They really did. So we went to war with ridiculous goals that were impossible to achieve. Getting rid of Iran's uranium, they're just going to mine more uranium. What are you doing? Like attacking their ballistic missile facilities that are under 90 meters of granite? With a bomb that can only penetrate 15 meters of granite? It can penetrate more into soft rock. That's our biggest bunker buster, by the way. Which is equivalent to 30,000 tons of TNT. So, I don't really know. Like, maybe if you had taken out all of the Khomeinis, maybe, but you didn't. So they have their bloodline. The regime is more hardened. The IRGC is in more control. Clumsy, thank you so much. Enjoy your new towel emojis. I made a bunch of custom emojis. If you have a towel membership, I don't do a lot of like member content. Sometimes I do member early content. Depends on what's going on. But you do unlock a bunch of emojis that I made into emojis myself. I had to do the work. It was great. I make them for you all. We have Towel Mom Bunny's dog as an emoji. We have a goat emoji. We have a sheep emoji. We have a Peep Bunny emoji. There's just great emojis. There are indeed 92 million people in Iran. But my point is, the goals of this war were unwinnable, were fundamentally unachievable. It felt more like a diversion than a winnable war. And the problem is, unlike Vietnam, this has seriously, in like 3 months, compromised U.S. military prestige, which is a big problem, because that's our tactical deterrent. If the only deterrent is nukes, the world order will change fundamentally, maybe for the better. I don't really think that the like Khashoggi Epstein regime was doing a very good job, frankly. I think they kind of screwed up history, if you ask me. They created an artificial thesis that suppressed the rise of the normal, quote-unquote, emergence of the historical antithesis. They're in creating like an artificial synthesis, and that's why there's been so much alienation over the past 27 years. They stopped the flow of history this weird, like, PNAC, Western hegemonic, the Project for a New American Century, like a Western, like, neoliberal Fukuyama, when he wrote End of History, loving, like, neo, whatever they are, pagans. Not all pagans are bad, but these ones are. They worship Baal. They screwed the world really hard. And they really took advantage of American citizens. You understand, they looted my country. They looted it. They privatized the gains and they socialized the losses. They're commies. And they stripped my country of its resources. And they stripped it of its money and of its housing. And then they stuck the middle finger at us and told us to do something about it. And I'm supposed to be upset that Iran told these people off? I'm mad they killed my soldiers. I don't like that. I'm mad that children died on both sides. I don't like that. I'm mad that innocents died. If I hear a single animal died, I'm going to be pissed. But I'm supposed to be mad because somebody finally stood up and said what this, like, ruling, like, international conglomerate was doing was wrong. No. I hated the past 27 years. It was terrible. Do you know what it was like to live in America over the past 26 years? It literally felt like living out of time. Nobody cared about anything. It was living in suspended animation. People were starting to lose faith in, like, the concept of love. We needed a shock to the system, frankly. And we got to get these Baal worshipping, whatever the hell they are, like cultists, out of this country and out of positions of power. They're everywhere. Governorships, attorney generals, prosecutors, judges, defense attorneys, every single position you can imagine. I've tracked them. I can show you the member lists of the various clubs in the various secret societies. Hey, I don't know. They consider me a class traitor, I think. I have a JD. And I also was classically trained in political philosophy at, like, a very high level with people who are close to the Roman Curia. So I learned a lot, and I think they wanted me to kind of be in that world, and I just constantly, like, gave them the middle finger. They would constantly try to bring me in, and I'd be like, no, I don't want to. Like, why do you people do this? I'm going to single-handedly reject this ridiculous edifice you built. You're hurting my people. And I did. Now I do my own thing. Fate's outrageous slings and arrows notwithstanding. But yeah, I've been really doing some research. I'm going to give you a recap of the day, but let me just tell you why I think this is happening. First of all, I'm pleasantly surprised that Mr. President has said that this is to just not be responded to. That's a good thing. I know a lot of people are going to be mad and say you can't. Just so you understand, don't believe the lies. Edom struck northern Israel, and I have the proof. Okay, don't believe the lies. Second of all, it's a good thing. There's something in war called the Thucydides escalation trap. It goes back to Thucydides' Chronicles of the Peloponnesian War. It's a great book. You need like 3 months to read it, though, and it takes a long time. Dude, you read that book, and at certain points you're like, okay, I get that you all really like boats, but, like, do you have to describe, like, every boat? Like, do I need to know the name of every single boat in the Athenians' fleet? Like, do I really need to know that, dude? I can't keep track of all that. Anyway, my point is, it's a great book. You got to read von Clausewitz on war, and then you got to read The Art of War, and then you got to read Thucydides' Chronicles of the Peloponnesian War. And you probably should read Democracy in America. That's not really related. I'm just recommending books to you at this point. You should read Hegel's, Phenomenology of Spirit and Reason in History and everything Kant ever wrote, etc., etc. But, like, specifically on war, you definitely got to read that. It's a very important treatise. Oh, see, I got myself distracted. What was I recommending? Von Clausewitz is on war, and then Sun Tzu's Art of War. Oh, the Thucydides Chronicles of the Peloponnesian War. So you really got to read that. You got to read it for a lot of reasons. One, you won't really understand the emergence of the Mediterranean, the geopolitical constellation of the Mediterranean in the time of the Athenians, unless you read that book. You have to read it. It's kind of like reading Plato or the, like, pre-Socratics. You can't understand what happened after that unless you understand how that happened. So you should read it. It also has good war strategy. But the point is, A Thucydides trap is where each side runs into this issue where one side bombs and then the other side is like, that is just the most horrific, unexcusable, that is a thing that's ever happened. In this situation, if Israel were saying that, I'd be like, well, tell that to the people of Sidon and Sur and, Nakura, etc., and Al-Qaim, okay? But one side will say, this is the most egregious thing I have ever seen, and then they respond. Then the other side says, well, how dare you have attacked us when we were just attacking you to respond to this other terrible thing you did, and then it causes an escalation trap where each attack gets worse. I've never heard of a situation, especially in the Middle East, where Israel is told you can't respond. I've just never heard of it. But it's the only way out. And frankly, it shows incredible weakness. I told you American military prestige was hit. There's a consequence. And the consequence is in these moments you cower. And that's exactly what we're going to do. It's for the best. There will be less death. But how many times does Iran have to show it has hand before they're taken seriously in negotiations? Hello, Mimi. God bless you. Yoram says, the religious right in Israel is pressuring Bibi to respond. The Israeli reality is at an unprecedented level of violence, embracing the people of peace. God bless you, Yoram. Mimi, God bless you. Hi, Mimi. Hi, Ellie. Mimi says, thank you, God, for creating knowledgeable men like Grant Smith Ellis, our next president, if thy will be done. Oh, Mimi, you are so wonderful. I always enjoy your energy and your prayers. It's the best part of my day. Hello. So I just want to reiterate, you're going to see this blacked out. I do not tolerate blacking out information that's relevant to the public. There was an impact in northern Israel, at least one. Was there more? I don't know. I only will confirm for you what I see with my eyes. You can watch this missile hit. The IDF is claiming no missiles hit. Hello, Triplet Bob. God bless you. And yes, as a reminder, this is a one-man run independent news network. I could use some help this month. I'm doing okay, but I could use some help. So if you've been thinking about donating, if you have the ability, you can do a super chat. You can subscribe. You can do a membership. There's different ways to donate in the chat. Triplet Bob reminds me. There is a way to donate through Cash App. There's a way to donate through Venmo. There's a way to donate through PayPal. Let me just drop those links in the chat. Thank you very much. See, I forget sometimes, but then I don't like to be a burden on people. So if we can, spread the burden out and keep me fed and going, that would be great. Hashtag thank you for your support. The Cash App's $, Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo's at Grant-E1. The PayPal's paypal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless all of you. Thank you for being so wonderful. Yeah, I got to take some Ubers this week. I'm now going to take you to Iran earlier tonight, where they were celebrating the launch of these missiles on the street. That means death to America and death to Israel. Breaking, the IRGC has released its video of the attacks. I repeat, the IRGC has released its video of the attacks. I'm going to show you it now. This could be loud. Oh, I told you. Look it's Baal. It's Baal. They're listening. Oh my goodness. Hello, people of the IRGC. The American people, on the whole, pray for peace. Let me see. I'm trying to learn Farsi. I think Arabic is wonderful. I think it's wonderful that Jesus and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, are both quoted in the Holy Quran. I think it's great that there's a whole section of the Holy Quran that talks about the Virgin Mother. God bless you all. Okay, I don't really, this makes me very uncomfortable, but it also, I tried to tell you, they're trying to send, I think they're trying to tell us something. I think they're trying to tell us that, there's, they're the people that are going to stop Baal. I think that they're really, embracing this whole fight against Baal thing. I tried to tell you, I didn't know this is what they were going to put on their missiles. Let's watch it together. Oh, God only knows what this one's going to say. Okay, I'll read it to you. Okay, oh goodness, it's a sermon. Okay, I'm ready for this. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. This is what the Iranians would like to tell us. Okay, quote. In the name of God, a God whose power is greater than any ship, plane, or army, the God of Christ and the God of Moses, the God of all the free people of the world. To all the people of the world, we are fighting a criminal gang, the corrupt people of Epstein Island. We will not compromise on the security of our people to rid the world of corruption and usury right on the path of Jesus and Moses. Okay. Yeah, I think they got the, I think we get the message. I certainly get the message. Is that Benjamin Netanyahu in a cement cage? It's kind of given like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang vibes, the child catcher, but instead it's, the Bibi Netanyahu catcher. What do you want me to do with this? I don't know what to tell you. The Iranians put it out there. I just got to tell you what's going on. So I got a message in 3 parts so far. Let me get the first part. So the first part seems to be saying that Baal is bad, and I think on the whole, Baal is bad. So, it's hard to really argue with that part. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really likes Baal, except for the people who apparently worship him. You should leave America. Just if you're out there and you're like, oh yeah, that's me. Well, leave America, you Baal-worshipping demons. Damn demons. Cast you out of America. Get out of my damn country. This is America. There's no place for Baal-worshipping demons. Damn demons. My point is to kind of analyze this for you. So the first part of the message, clearly, is Baal is bad. So I think that's like step 1 of this equation. Baal, bad. Okay? Just Baal is bad. Everybody seems to agree on that, except for I'm trying to estimate their numbers. I think they got 5 to 10,000 of them. Bro, we can totally win. Are you kidding me? There's 400 million of us. What are they gonna do? Seriously. There's 400 million of us domestically in the United States. There's maybe 10,000 of these Baal worshiping demons. But my point is, so the first part of the message is Baal is bad. Okay? Just on the whole, Baal is bad. The second part of the message, if you missed it before, I'm going to show you the quote. This is the newest message released 6 minutes ago from the IRGC in Iran. I agree, flower demons are everywhere. No one country is more susceptible or less susceptible than any other to demons. I just think there's a lot of damn demons that use the American, London, Roman axis to perpetuate an ungodly neo-pagan form of Baal worship. Now, not all pagans are bad. Some, like our wonderful friend Witchy Wash, worship the trees. But the Baal worshipping neo-pagans from Canaan and Babylon, they're the problem. They named that town in Connecticut New Canaan. They think they're hiding in plain sight. Yeah, right, you're not hiding in plain sight, you damn Baal worshippers. We found out about the conferences and that Mayflower Hotel and all of the other, and that girls' school over there. It's horrifying. With an airport. How many private girls' schools do you know with an airport? Anyway, let's go back to so part 2 of this message. If you missed it, this is the Iranian message. If you're just tuning in, the Iranians have launched a series of missiles at the north of Israel. I'm going to show you the launches now. It's going to be loud. The Iranian message on the missile, to quote it one more time, so the first part of the message is Baal is bad. The second part is, in the name of God, a God whose power is greater than any ship, plane, or army, the God of Christ and the God of Moses, the God of all the free people of the world. To all the people of the world, we are fighting a criminal gang, the corrupt people of Epstein Island. We will not compromise on the security of our people to rid the world of corruption and usury, right on the path of Jesus and Moses. Oh goodness, they're flipping over the tables in the temple. They're getting all mad. I told you they were going to get mad. All right, now let's see what else they have to say. So this was the second part of the message. Is there? Oh yes, and this was the third part. It's kind of like, the scene from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but it's Chitty Chitty Netanyahu. I don't know, it's a little morbid. I'm doing my best here. I told you it was going to be loud. That was loud. This is the footage from the IRGC. Those are the... Well, there you go. The IRGC only put something like that out. Well, first of all, they put it out right away, but they only put something like that out when it's a big deal. They have put out 1 or 2 videos. They launched 100 waves during Operation True Promise 4. They put out 3 videos since then, during the ceasefire. One was the first attack on a ship or something. There was a big deal. They put the war song in it. The second was a attack on bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. They did not put the war song in that one. And the third one was this one. But notably, they did not launch Operation True Promise 5. That would be an indicia that they were going back to full-scale war. So all of this, I can't believe what I'm hearing, frankly. But all of this seems to indicate that Iran's going to be allowed to do this without a response. And frankly, I mean, if we are analyzing this down the middle, that's the right outcome. But it's shocking because if you know anything about this conflict, like, the right thing doesn't just happen. Especially when you're talking about not the state of Israel, but the political leadership under Benjamin Netanyahu, who's run this country for like 20 years. It's shocking. I mean, the silence it's almost like a celebratory silence. Because remember, Iran's whole goal with this attack was to muzzle the Israeli leadership and to say, if you strike again in Beirut, we're going to cause problems. That's why this was a response. But the fact that Israel, and again, we won't know till the morning, but if Mr. President Trump can order Bibi not to respond to this, that is the off-ramp. Because Israel needs to be humbled, not the people, the political leadership. And I don't mean morally humbled. That's not what I'm talking about. They need to be humbled in the eyes of the world for Iran and the Palestinians and the Lebanese people to feel they got something. Because this regime, Bibi's regime, not the Israeli government, has a bad habit of just saying, screw you, I'm going to do what I want. And just once, it will break the cycle if someone can just be like, no, you will not. Like, stop. And this could be that moment. Now, listen, I don't make any guarantees about the political leadership of Israel. They have been known to self-sabotage. They've been known to spy on their allies. Everybody spies on everybody at that level, but like, let's just say the IDF or Mossad does it more than other people. I think that's fair. Listen, you got to do it to protect your state. I'm not going to critique the national security apparatus of a state I don't live in. My point is, the realpolitik of it is, I wasn't expecting it. I'm pleasantly surprised. It's what needed to happen. It's what I've been saying for a few months. What needed to happen was just a bit of a humbling so that the people of Lebanon and the people of Palestine would feel that there was some sort of, voice of reason at the table. Israel only understands force. Not Israel. Bibi Netanyahu only understands force. He doesn't negotiate. He just doesn't. Even with his own, coalition, he doesn't negotiate. He either gets what he wants or it doesn't happen. I'm going to show you another angle of the impact in the north. Israel was hit. They're going to try to black it out, but Israel was hit. This is the north tonight. That's an Iranian missile striking near Haifa. The footage is a little rough to get to load, but it's an Iranian missile striking near Haifa. I'll try to get you footage from on the ground. There has been an impact. I don't know where the impact is. Here's another view of the impact from one of the Intel cams. This was in Haifa. It's in the north. Yep. Did you see the impact over here? Oh, that's a home security camera. Never mind. Wow. All right, so I can tell you with certainty I've seen three angles. Haifa was hit. It seems to be, I can't tell the exact area. I just can't yet, but it seems to be in the Haifa area. That's the best I can do for you. And it was a direct hit. I don't know what they hit, but they hit something very hard. You could see the explosion from at least a mile away. The exact time of the impact, local time in Israel, was 10:21:41 tonight. I'm going to try to get you footage from on the ground. I'm going to do my best for you. It seems there has been no response. Okay, hold on. I have a conversation between Barak Ravid with Axios and Mr. President Trump for you. I'm gonna read it to you verbatim. It just came across the wire. Allow me to quote it for you. The source is Barak Ravid with Axios. He spoke to Mr. President Trump directly. More quotes from let's start from the original one. President Trump on the phone with Barak Ravid 40 minutes ago. Quote, I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. Repeating, this is coming across from a direct phone call between Barak Ravid and President Trump 40 minutes ago or less. Quote, I am going to call Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. Whoa. More quotes from the Barak Ravid President Trump call that occurred 40 minutes ago. Quote, President Trump, the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. Mr. President Trump added, quote, we are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want to blow it up because of what is happening now. Trump stressed, quote, I'm going to call Bibi right now and tell him not to retaliate. Each of them had their fun. Fun? What? Israel had its strike, and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. What am I reading right now? Oh my word. We've capitulated. The people of the northern settlements are going to lose their mind. Their leader has been muzzled and they got attacked. This is an what is going on right now? Did you hear what Mr. President Trump just said? I'm quoting verbatim. This is on the wires. I don't have audio. There's no report yet. It's just on the wire. Did you hear those quotes? That's unbelievable. I'm stunned. I don't think he's trolling. I think he's weak. Oh, wow. Did you see what happened last night to him? He taped an interview with Meet the Press. It didn't air till this morning. Did you see him? He almost fell down. And he wasn't trolling. He looks very weak. Oh my word. He's capitulating. Not just that, the people of Israel are going to lose it. I know it's for the best, but they've never been told no. Not in this kind of situation. Hello, Aaron. We got punked. We really did. Anyone could see this coming. And we did. What was he doing today? Listen. Do you know what I was doing all day? I was pensively sitting around like, oh my, they're going to strike. This is not a game. They told them not to strike in Beirut. They're going to strike. I would have known. I knew this was coming. In fact, you can ask Towel Girlfriend, within 3 seconds, maybe even a second, frankly, of that early alert, I didn't have to look at the app and be like, oh, is it from Lebanon or Iran? I was like, no, it's Iran. Gotta go. Bye. I said I love you too, but I was like, I gotta go. I knew immediately. So how do we, first of all, pause. We got caught flat-footed. We've capitulated. Iran's in control. Do you understand? By not respond. This was a test. They're not negotiating. They're going to get a better deal now. You just ran your mouth, I'm sorry to put it in those terms, for 2 months about how they have nothing. No Air Force, no missiles, no capability. We have 200 interceptors left and severe production problems. And they know it. And we're weak. They actually cornered the Israeli leadership. Bibi's done. He's got to resign. I'm sorry. He's got to go. He's weak. And he just embarrassed the United States. And Israel, frankly. Oh, yes, Mimi, wait till you see this interview from last night. Now, listen, I've told you all before. I'm a journalist. I got to report it and call it like I see it. But that doesn't mean that, like, Mr. President wasn't nice to my grandfather. And I'm sure all of you can understand this. So just imagine, it's like 16, 17 years ago. He wasn't running for office at the time. He was just a billionaire. Just imagine if just like your working class, like World War II Navy veteran grandfather, who was like a fireman, fire chief at that point, but a fireman nonetheless, like spent 3 hours with Mr. President because Mr. President wanted to talk to him about their families. That was it. Mr. President gave 3 hours of his time to my grandfather. So how am I supposed to sit here and be like, he's a terrible person? I can't do that. Okay, but I can analyze and I think it's fair to say I have, objectively, the developments. That doesn't mean I'm not sympathetic to him. I need to give that disclaimer. Not politically. I agree with him on some things. I disagree on others. That's America. But I'm probably more sympathetic to his view than most of the liberals, because the liberals are out of their minds. But the point is, I just should disclaim to you that he was very nice to my grandfather. And my grandfather recently passed, God rest his soul. So I'm always going to have a tough time. And I'm never going to be cruel or mean to Mr. President Trump. And I hope that anyone who is nice to, your elderly relatives, you would treat the same, regardless of how you feel, regardless of what position they're in, very easily. But if you ever get like a spinny circle, it'll be back within, 30 seconds. Hello, we're back. We're back. So sorry for the buffer. If you ever get it, it will never be more than 10 seconds. It's just a server not catching my data, so I have to refresh it. It takes like 10 seconds. Thank you all for alerting me. We're back. If it ever doesn't refresh, if it ever doesn't pop up right away, just refresh your stream. It'll come right back. All right. where were we? Oh, yeah, so I was analyzing this. Oh, Sarah B. Creative, thank you so much for extending your membership. I love that little penguin emoji next to your name. It's so good to see you, and enjoy your wonderful towel emojis. You're so kind to support the stream. Lane Matrix, how are you, my friend? As I get... Oh, Flower, how are you? As I get to pause for a second, allow me to say hello to some of my towel friends. That was an intense 2 hours. So, let me just show you this report from Barak Ravid so you can see it with your own eyes. Let me just show it to you. Here it is. You want to hear a British reporter towel read it to you? It'll be even more intense if he does it. People are baffled. Honestly baffled. Thank you, Lexi. God bless you and good to see you. Hi, Silent Dogs. Let's take a listen to the
Conversation.
report. Just happened.
More quotes from my phone call with President Trump. The Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years, or the last 3,000 years. Trump added, "We are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what is happening now." Trump stressed, "I am going to call Bibi right now and tell him not to retaliate." Each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one.
So I don't know what to tell you. It's for the best, but it's shocking. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, remember I told you something was shot down in in the north of Iraq? I have the footage. It was a drone. It looks like an American drone. Oh, that's a big fire. The Iraqis, I'm going to guess this is the Blood Guardians, who will release a video claiming this probably within the next 3 to 6 hours. They can be snappy, but they're not as quick as Hezbollah. Hezbollah is like 2 days for OPSEC. Blood Guardians are quick, 6 hours. They'll claim this. Somebody shot down an American drone in the northwest of Iraq. Here's the footage. Some guy went and tracked it down and filmed it for you. That's an American drone burning on the ground. The Iraqis just don't care. Brother, they'll find it. That's just a civilian.
وين رايح؟
تعال تعال هسه اوقف محمد جيب هاي سيارة
Israel is carpet bombing southern Lebanon. Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, Israel has retaliated against southern Lebanon. I repeat, Israel has retaliated against southern Lebanon. They're making, oh, this is not good. They were told not to respond. They're just carpet bombing southern Lebanon. Oh, this is bad. There are fires burning in northern Israel. I repeat, one of the Iranian missiles has caused a fire in northern Israel. It's only initial reports. I cannot independently verify. I do not live in northern Israel. But I do have a video that is floating around from social media indicating that there is indeed an active conflagration. The Iranians struck. This is the impact site. They have that is a big fire. I don't know what they hit or why, but they have burned something down. You are looking at the scenes from northern Israel right now. So for those of you who are wondering, yes, I can confirm the Ramat David base has been hit. I repeat, the Ramat David base has been hit. I repeat, Iran has struck Israel. There is a massive fire burning. I repeat, this was not an interception. Iran has struck in a military base in Israel. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. No, that was from the 6-Day War. Nope. Old footage. I believe Iran, I believe this is confirmed. I believe Iran has struck. Wait, we have a statement from the IRGC in Persian. Hold on, let me translate it for you to the English. We have a statement from the IRGC in Persian. It's gonna take me a second to translate it. Hold, please. Thank you for flying Air Towel. I have to translate it into English. You're looking at a fire burning in the north of Israel. I'm doing my best to get you the statement. The IRGC has released a statement in Farsi. I need to translate it for you to the English. You're watching the only footage I have. There was an impact. Israel has been hit. All this nonsense about interceptions and no, damn it. No, they hit Israel. And we have decided to order Israel to stand down. And it's for the best, frankly, but I'm shocked. And I just need to call it how I see it. Yes, they have struck in the north. I can show you other footage from other angles, but I need to translate this IRGC video, so please hold. In order to get you I have to have it actually transcribed from Farsi to English. So I'll get it for you as quick as I can. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we have indeed run into a number of serious situations, including an attack on the north of Israel by Iran, if you're just tuning in. That occurred starting roughly 2 hours ago, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm translating this IRGC video for you now. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for flying AirTowel. It's about 2 minutes long, so I should have it for you in the next 60 seconds. We absolutely need to hear what they say, though. It's very important. So I've got to do this for you now. And I don't like when people just quote it and summarize it. What I would rather do for you is translate it into the English. Latest from the IRGC. Following tonight's strikes on northern Israel. Okay? So I should have it for you here. I have the captions done. In order to translate it, you got to generate the captions in Farsi. Then you got to translate them to the English. Then you got to convert them to an SRT file. Then once the SRT file's done, you got to download the SRT file. Then you got to re-upload the video to Twitter. Then you got to add the SRT file to the video upload. It's a very laborious process, but it's very important, so I make sure I do it right. It's done. I should have it for you in 1 second. Yeah, I'm a one-man show. You see what I mean? I like to do it all myself. That's the only way I can know it's done right. I like to make sure it's perfect. And it needs to be, you can't mess up the source language. You have to know what language the people are speaking to get it to to translate right. And Farsi is a very unique language. It's, as Interpretal knows, it's hard to speak. All right, I got it for you. You'll be the first people in the world to see this in English. No, why is that in Farsi? Why is that in Farsi? It's supposed to be in English. Why did that come out in Farsi? How dare you? I said Farsi. I said English. The captions came out in Farsi instead of English. Hold on. I have to do it again. How dare you? We've never had a problem like this before. Oh, God bless you, Sarah V. Creative. Thank you for your support. God bless you. Sarah, you are wonderful, and you are a towel. It's true. It's true, you are a towel. Thank you for your support. SARAH. God bless you, Sarah. I have to go back now and get these English captions. They were supposed to be in English. I don't know why they're not coming out in English. I paid $1.20. I demand my English captions in English. Alright, one more time. I got it. I know this is going to work. I have faith. It's never failed me before. They're in English. We did it. Get ready, everyone. You're the first people in the world to see this statement in English. You can't translate it faster than that. Here is the IRGC statement with English captions regarding tonight's attack. We haven't seen this man in a while. Ibrahim al-Fakar. He has multiple degrees. There are rumors he was taken out in the early days of the war, and this is an AI composite. Either way, we haven't seen this man in a while. This is the latest from the IOGC. You are the first people in the world to see this translated to English. 1 second. Where is the audio? Okay, 1 second. There's audio. It just takes a second to kick in.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. رژیم متجاوز صهیونیستی با نقض مکرر آتش بس شرارت‌های خود علیه مردم مظلوم لبنان را با چراغ سبز و حمایت آمریکای جنایتکار و سکوت مجامع بین‌المللی روز به روز افزایش داده و با استفاده از سلاح‌های ممنوعه از جمله بمب‌های فسفوری مرتکب جنایات جنگی می‌گردد. با وجود هشدارهای قبلی جمهوری اسلامی ایران، رژیم کودککش صهیونیستی با عبور از همه خطوط قرمز و افزایش حملات در جنوب لبنان ضاحیه بیروت را هدف قرار داده است. قبلا اخطار داده بودیم در صورت گسترش جنایت در ضاحیه بیروت اهدافی را در سرزمین‌های اشغالی مورد هجوم قرار می‌دهیم. ارتش صهیونیستی باید حملات خود به جنوب لبنان و ضاحیه را متوقف نماید و در صورت گسترش حملات خود به آن منطقه و یا پاسخ به اقدام ایران با ضربات کوبنده تر و پشیمان کننده روبرو و حملات ویرانگری علیه رژیم و حامیان آن آغاز خواهد شد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. رژیم متجاوز صهیونیستی با نقض مکرر آتش بس شرارت‌های خود علیه مردم مظلوم لبنان را با چراغ سبز و حمایت آمریکای جنایتکار و سکوت مجامع بین‌المللی روز به روز افزایش داده و با استفاده از سلاح‌های ممنوعه از جمله بمب‌های فسفوری مرتکب جنایات جنگی می‌گردد. با وجود هشدارهای قبلی جمهوری اسلامی ایران، رژیم کودککش صهیونیستی با عبور از همه خطوط قرمز و افزایش حملات در جنوب لبنان ضاحیه بیروت را هدف قرار داده است. قبلا اخطار داده بودیم در صورت گسترش جنایت در ضاحیه بیروت اهدافی را در سرزمین‌های اشغالی مورد هجوم قرار می‌دهیم. ارتش صهیونیستی باید حملات خود به جنوب لبنان و ضاحیه را متوقف نماید و در صورت گسترش حملات خود به آن منطقه و یا پاسخ به اقدام ایران با ضربات کوبنده تر و پشیمان کننده روبرو و حملات ویرانگری علیه رژیم و حامیان آن آغاز خواهد شد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
All right, they immediately responded by targeting southern Lebanon. Well, you heard the man. That's the Iranian Joint Command. It's the headquarters for the Seal of the Prophet, is the English translation. You heard Iran said, look what Israel did. I'll show you. Israel immediately struck Zefta, Saskia, and Karfila. Oh, God bless you, Aaron. Aaron says, number one YouTuber, Grant Smith Ellis. Love and prayers. Keep going, sir. You are so kind, Aaron. Kind, Aaron. God bless you. It was so good to see your name pop up today. You are wonderful. And also a towel. Oh, God bless you, Aaron. If you're just tuning in, so you saw what the Iranians had to say. Yes, Iran has struck in 3 waves starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time today, Sunday, June 7th, 2026. In northern Israel, there was at least one direct impact, which has caused a large fire across the north of Israel. No, I shouldn't say across the north of Israel. It's believed to be at a military base in Israel. You saw initial reports that Israel intercepted all of the missiles that Iran fired in its 3 waves. That was incorrect. They did not intercept the missile that hit. Now, Israel immediately responded. They hit Zefta, Saskia, and Kafarlia, and then immediately after they struck the Yatar Valley 5 times. Iran told them not to. They immediately did. How do I know? This is within the past 20 minutes. I have the primary source documentation. I know. Iran said don't do this, and they did it. And Mr. President said don't do this, and they did it. Why is Bibi just so relentlessly combative? Does he think it's the only way to stay out of jail? I mean, this is outrageous. Let's take a look at the latest report from South Lebanon.
We are actually expecting a big Israeli response to the attack after the attack, the Iranian strikes on Israel. It's the Israeli mentality that will never accept a new deterrence equation, and will never accept that the Lebanese people will understand and will feel again that Israel is weak and Israel cannot act like God and cannot do everything it says it will do. So as Lebanese people who understand and know how Israel acts, we know that the Israelis will be most probably preparing now for some strikes and some carpet bombing campaigns against Lebanon. Of course, the resistance here is ready to, and not necessarily that the Iranians will be responding, but definitely if they attacked Beirut, also we should expect another Iranian wave against occupied Palestine. It's a new escalation fight, and everyone will try to gain the upper hand in this escalation, to say to the other that I will have the final word. Let's see how it's gonna unfold, but definitely our people who did not surrender when they were fighting alone for more than 3 months will not, or more than 2 months after the ceasefire in Iran, will not back down now. And the Iranians who decided to enter this war intentionally, despite the fact that they were spared from attacks until now by the Israelis and the Americans, 99% true, of course. They were having some attacks and some violations in south of Iran, but their cities and their inside the inland were not attacked. Definitely also they are prepared for this scenario, and inshallah Israel will be humiliated by Lebanon, by the glorious resistance of Hezbollah, and by the glorious ally Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran.
Now, obviously, I'm just airing the perspectives of the people on the ground. Clearly, this journalist, whose name is Hadi Hotet, he knew this was coming, and then there was immediately Israeli retaliation. He called it. Let me show you the direct impact on the Ramat David Air Base tonight, which caused that fire, I believe, in the north of Israel. This is the impact on the Ramat David Air Base. He does care. All of the reporters in southern Lebanon are heroes. Every single one of them. They stuck it out. Zena Kador, Ali Hashem's there now, Courtney Boneo, and God rest the souls of the reporters who died. Fatima and her colleague from Al Mayadeen and Al Manar. A lot of people would run from bombs. Some of those English-speaking journalists are heroes. They ran right into southern, not Beirut. Some of them will report from Beirut, but they ran to southern Lebanon with cameras, and they're all still alive, most of them. Some have died, but some of my colleagues have died during this war. It's been very sad. But the people who are still alive, the English-speaking reporters in particular, trying to tell the world about what's been happening in Lebanon, in the south, they're the only people trying to do it. Heidi Pett, Zena Kador, Courtney Boneo is definitely on the ground down there. The fact that they're alive is a miracle, and they will not stop showing the bombings. It's the only reason the world knows. There's no live cams from like the Western Becca or Al-Naqoura. The only reason we know what Israel's been doing over the past 60 days is because of those journalists. They're very brave, and that was one of them, the last man you saw. But this is confirmed. There's no doubt. I'm showing you the primary source. Iran hit Israel. They were not intercepted. Maybe some were, but that is a direct ballistic missile impact on Israeli base tonight. Hello, Paul. So good to see you. Standing Stone says, Grant, the best news coverage. God bless you, my dear friend. You're wonderful. So you can see, I'll try to get you more. There's definitely a fire from this impact. I'm breaking the blackout. We're not going to have lies spread to the population. Thank God. Truly, I believe there will not, unless Israel goes again in Beirut. I think we may see a tactical off-ramp here because of Mr. President Trump. It's shocking. He must really be done with this war. I've never seen a U.S. president order Israel to stand down. Israel does not take, as that journalist rightfully pointed out, it doesn't take, it doesn't allow the deterrence equation to shift. You can't, it will never just be told you can't do that by force. And they just did that. Oh, goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen some things in my day, but this is the tipping point. This strike on Beirut, let me just take you through the day. If you're just tuning in, we haven't had time to do a recap because it's just new footage minute after minute, and I don't even have a full damage impact assessment from the strike near Haifa. But let me just take you how this all played out. I was waiting for this in a bad way. I was pensively nervous and worried all day. I was very apprehensive, and I'll show you how it started. Okay, you could see this coming from a mile away because Israel struck Beirut this morning. Okay, it was a Hezbollah allegedly command and control center. There was no one in it. The reports from the Israeli media were that it was more of a symbolic strike to say to Iran that Israel was in control, and they did not expect Iran to respond. Now, I'll just show you my report because I happened to be live when this happened this morning. So let's take it to myself about 8 hours ago, earlier this morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, around 3 p.m. when the strike hit in Beirut. Take it away, Towel. Good morning. It's Sunday, June 7th, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting for Towel News. And I can let you know that within the past 35 minutes, around 8:10 a.m. local time here in Boston, Massachusetts, which would be roughly 3:10 p.m. local time in Beirut, Lebanon, the Lebanese capital, Israel just struck with a bombing raid that was captured on the CGN TV Europe live stream. I'm going to show it to you right now. This is a serious escalation. Israel was told that if it struck in Beirut, Iran in turn would attack throughout the north of Israel. This attack in Beirut follows continuous Israeli shelling over the past 45 or 60 days of ceasefire or so in the south of Lebanon. With minimal Hezbollah retaliation over recent days. Stark decrease, in fact. Only 6 warnings, I believe, yesterday on the 6th of June. And today, only a few warnings outside of a horrifying terrorist attack unrelated to Hezbollah in the south of Israel. There's only been a few drone warnings and missile warnings over the past 12 hours from Hezbollah. But out of nowhere, Israel struck in the Lebanese capital, and I'm going to show you the moment of the airstrike now. This was at 3:10 p.m. local time, 8:10 a.m. here in Boston. Let's take a look. This was on the live feed. Only about 32 people were watching on CGN TV Europe. You're going to watch the moment of the strike. You're going to see the smoke start to rise, and the smoke quickly envelops the area of the airstrike. This is in Beirut's southern suburbs. And you can see the cloud of smoke progressively rising right in the middle of the feed here. That was the airstrike. It was an intense airstrike, which Israel has now confirmed targeted a senior commander in Hezbollah. the Lebanese resistance. And the smoke, even on this feed, which appears to be a webcam, very obviously quickly consumes multiple blocks south of the Lebanese capital. This was the Iranian red line. Will there be more strikes to come in South Beirut? Will there be more strikes to come in the Lebanese capital? How will Hezbollah respond? How will Iran respond? All of these questions left open. This development deeply concerning. This is the first strike in Beirut, other than one targeted strike a few weeks ago by Israel. After that targeted strike, Israel did issue a warning last Friday, a few days ago, that it would be striking in the Lebanese capital, but after intervention by Mr. President Trump, those strikes did not happen. Now the strike has happened. You can see the smoke billowing just roughly 37 minutes ago over the Lebanese capital. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. As developments occur today, you may indeed find my coverage on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Thank you very much for watching. Hashtag Pressy a Towel. And I pray for the people of the Lebanese capital. I do not know the current injury toll. I do not know how many were killed, but I can tell you from primary source video footage that that strike was in the center of the southern part of the Lebanese capital in a densely populated civilian area. I'll have more as I know it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Actually, one second. I'm going to show you some on-the-ground footage as well. Let me pause this and then pick up with that on-the-ground footage. Welcome back. I now have on-the-ground footage for you from the Lebanese capital. Different angle of the strike on Beirut. And then now I can show you footage from on the ground at the scene in Beirut, the Lebanese capital, where civilians are fleeing. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there was a Khorram Sharhar fired tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there was a Khorram Sharhar. Oh, thank you so much for that. Flower. Oh, Flower. What an apropos moment of historical serendipity. A flower from Flower. I have never felt so honored. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have very serious confirmation that a Khorram Sharhar was fired tonight. I need to really study this. I can't tell what the hell that is. And that's either like 7 ballistic missiles at once or a Khorram Sharhar. It might be like a 4 warhead Khorram Sharhar. It doesn't look like a Khorram Sharhar. I guess it kind of does, actually. It looks like a very small, like instead of the 80 bomblet one, it looks like a 4 bomblet Khorram Sharhar. I think so. Khorram Sharhars are ballistic missiles that open up over the target with bomblets, and then the bomblets are really small, but they're like as big as, like, I don't know, like a grenade, a little bigger. They cause a lot of damage, but they can't be intercepted. I'm going to show you the footage. I think this might have been, but the difference between the Khorram Sharhar models is the number of bomblets. Okay, all the Khorram Sharhars travel at like Mach 5 to Mach 8. It's way faster than any jet or interceptor. Interceptors aren't meant to intercept this kind of missile. They're meant for like medium range intercontinental ballistic missiles, not hypersonic ballistic missiles. But the point is, Khorram Sharhars can have less than 80 bomblets, and this kind of looks like a Khorram Sharhar. I'm going to show you in a few seconds. This was the scene in Beirut earlier.
نزلت حي السلم نزلت موعد صليب الأحمر الجديد.
This is what started this all, and as you heard, I predicted this was going to be bad.
نزلت الموعد نزلت حي السلم نزلت موعد.
From the Lebanese capital, Beirut, just minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. From the Lebanese capital, just minutes ago, the scale of destruction on full display. That is a civilian building. It has been hit. It has been seriously damaged. That is the south of Beirut. So that building was actually damaged in the war in the past 90 days, and then it got hit again. So that's what started this all. Let's take a listen to Ali Hashem's report. This is Ali Hashem on Al Jazeera earlier. Him and I both called that this was a very bad turning point, and it turned out to be. Hopefully things will not get worse. I pray. This was Ali Hashem this morning from Beirut, right after I cut my report.
First, let's go to Beirut, where Ali Hashim is standing by for us. Ali, tell us what has been going on.
Well, there were three explosions actually heard from the southern suburb of Beirut, and then
Explosion just now in Iraq's Kurdistan region near Suleimania. I repeat, per the wires, I have no primary source footage as of yet. There is an explosion that has just occurred in Suleimania in northern Iraq. I will keep you updated as I know more. This is in the Kurdistan region of Iraq.
we understood that there was an Israeli attack on a building. It's not an airstrike, it was a kind of a drone strike or precise missiles hitting a couple of floors in one building. Actually, the building is just beneath another building that was destroyed in the previous war. So if you see the pictures, you'll see a destroyed building that was destroyed in the past war, and there's a new one hit. A couple of floors were hit. For the moment, there are no reports of what and who was there, except for what the Israelis are saying, that this was an infrastructure for Hezbollah. What we're hearing right now from the Lebanese news.
Yes, the Khorram Shah. We're going to watch the Khorram Shahar guy again today because you know what? I have confirmation that they were hit with a Khorram Shahar tonight in Haifa.
The agency is that there are reported casualties after the Israeli attack on the southern suburb of Beirut, the area of Tahwitat al-Ghadir al-Maraiji. This is the area that was targeted today. For now, as I'm talking to you, the drone is buzzing above our head, and this is just the same thing every day, and every day it's just the soundtrack of the Lebanese capital. But the most important thing that this is a turning point, because a week ago was early warning to the southern suburb, and then we heard President Trump saying that there is a ceasefire. Then we saw the Iranians threatening at the same time that in case Israel is going to attack the southern suburb, they are going to retaliate towards Israel. And then Lebanon and Israel had their meetings. There was another announcement of ceasefire. However, there was no real ceasefire except for Beirut and the southern suburbs. So this is the only place where there was no military activities. Even just the entrance of Beirut, Khaldi, which is like 3-4 kilometers from Beirut's international airport, there was an attack on Monday.
You do have a productive mind, Silent Dogs. It's true.
Someone was killed over there, an assassination. So the issue right now is that things are changing once again, and back to square one that everyone was trying last week to get out of this vicious cycle. The south is being attacked on daily basis. The western Beqa is being attacked on a daily basis. And now with this attack in Beirut, and Beirut's southern suburb, and the Israelis saying that this is in retaliation to an attack by Hezbollah on the northern communities. The cards are being mixed again, and everyone is waiting to see what's going to be the next step and who is going to do the next step.
Well, I'm glad you're here talking with us, Silent Dogs. You're wonderful, and your insights are always appreciated. God bless you.
In case there are casualties, and as we are reading now from Lebanon's national agency, then will Hezbollah retaliate towards the north, and would that create another pattern, another cycle of uncontrolled exchange of fire, given the fact that war, as I've been saying and I will always repeat, hasn't finished. The war in the south continues. Yesterday, a brigadier general in the Lebanese army was killed alongside a captain and a private. Cities and towns in South Lebanon and the western Beqa are being attacked on hourly basis, and we're talking about on daily basis also tens of people between killed and injured. So the war is there. The only thing was that Beirut and its southern suburb are outside the equation. Today, the Israelis are bringing them back to the mix.
Ali, just to explain to our viewers, as you said, a lot of this detail is still coming in about the precision of this attack and what Israel claims it was, its purpose.
Silent Dogs, I'd love to learn about this sometime. Maybe you can hang out with me and Towel Girlfriend sometime. You can show us the dogs, teach us how to brew. Unless you can't have people, you know, because of the monk thing. But God bless you. Water under the fridge is here. Water under the fridge is saying the ceasefire is fine. Don't worry. Look the other way. Hashtag save the Great Lakes. Save the Great Lakes, my dear friend. Batten down the towel hatches. And also, God bless you. It's so good to see you all. It's so good to see you, Water under the fridge. I hope you had a good day. I'm sending you positive vibes despite the agony of it all. This is what started it all today. If you're just tuning in, folks, it's coming up past 5:30 p.m. here, Eastern U.S. Potentially not wartime, despite the cacophony of fire, of ballistic missiles. There was even a Khorram Shahar fired tonight at northern Israel. It all started in southern Beirut just about, oh goodness, I'd say 8 hours ago. Erica, thank you very much. God bless you and welcome to the channel. We always love our Towel friends down in Texas. Hello and welcome. God bless you. Let's continue to listen to what sparked this day of flames off, where hopefully we found an off-ramp. Shockingly, Mr. President Trump ordered Israel not to respond.
We do know, and you have referred to this as well, we were in this same situation a couple of days ago with Israel threatening to strike this area of Beirut. Can you help our viewers understand this is a densely populated area? What is its history and what is the effect on the people who live there?
Well, the issue is that when the Israelis warned last week that they are going to attack the southern suburb, many people left, and it was already an area that was attacked during the war, so there was continuous displacement from that area. However, there are a lot of families who prefer to get back to their homes, even if that means that they are in risk of being killed, but at least they are not in tents, they are not in schools, they are not in poor infrastructure, they're not in the stadium, they're not in the park, they're not on the beach. So they prefer to get back to their apartments, to their houses, regardless of the threats and the risks. And that's why there's still many people inside the southern suburb, and that's why this area is still populated. You know, this is an area with hundreds of thousands of people, and it has different neighborhoods. It's large, a big area. The war created a lot of threats there by Israeli airstrikes on buildings, sometimes indiscriminate attacks on buildings, sometimes forceful warnings to people to leave certain buildings and certain areas. But in general, those people there, those who decided to leave, came to the capital, went to the mountains, went to several other areas, while there is, I can say, tens of thousands that are still inside there, insisting on staying, and they do not want to leave.
So there wasn't a follow-up strike on Beirut. I do want to show you the building that was struck. It was this building right there. This is what started this off. It was a multiple drone strike hit, I think 5 to 10 drone strikes at once on this building. It basically took the damn thing down. So this is where it all started today. Now there was a pause. Now remember, Iran made good on its threat. They said 5 days ago, if Israel struck in Beirut, that Iran would strike this area from Haifa to Metula, because that's where Israel's launching most of its attacks on southern Lebanon. So this was the strike on Beirut that caused this all to start. Israel hit this building. There were multiple casualties. Now I'm going to show you the footage from Lebanon jets of the airstrike on Beirut. Almost impeccably high quality footage. This was the airstrike on Beirut that started this all. That's a drone. That's the hum of the drone, and that's the strike. Hello, Amake, how are this is Lebanon jets. This is the footage of the strike that started it all. If this kicks off and it, like, all hell breaks loose, just remember this moment. It was because of this strike on Beirut. Entirely unnecessary. There was no one in the building. Literally. Israel said it was symbolic to flex. I'm going to show you more footage now from the attack on the ground. There was no one really even in the building. People did die, unfortunately, and may God rest their souls, but Israel said it was just to send a message. So that was the strike right next to it. This was the strike on Beirut that set this off.
يعني اخر المريجة اول حي السلم.
Hello, dinosaur. It's so good to see you. How have you been? You're wonderful. This was the strike that started everything off today. If you're just tuning in, Iran has attacked northern Israel, and they did hit. I'm going to show you now more scenes from Beirut. This is what started it all. You can see this is a densely populated civilian area. Oh my! Oh my! No wonder why Iran was pissed. Look what they did with no warning. Look what... Oh. Oh, they just destroyed that block. That was an exceptional... Look at what they did with no warning. That's why Iran struck back. It took 6 hours for them to think about it. There was a meeting. They had a meeting of their Supreme National Council, and then the Supreme Leader ordered this. And you can see why. I mean, that's just a violent airstrike for no... And Israel's stated justification for this was that they didn't really want to hit any Hezbollah targets. They just wanted to make a point that they could strike in Beirut to, you know, re-establish deterrent dominance. Like, they're not deterred. Iran can't stop them. It was not a smart play. And Iran then correctly predicted that Mr. President Trump can't handle the war anymore, and he just tacos. They called his bluff. Listen, when you're going to play poker with people's lives, you cannot bluff and not have a strategy. If you're going to bluff, you got to have a plan. You got to keep some chips. You can't go all in on a bluff. Are you out of your mind? Because if they call the bluff and win, you are bust. You go bust. You have no chips left. And they called his bluff. I'm going to show you how. So think about what happened. Israel bombs Beirut and kills people today. Specifically, not to get Hezbollah, but to send a message to Iran that they can bomb in Beirut and Iran won't do anything. Iran takes 6 hours. And think about all the tactical calculations that go into this. They take 6 hours and they decide, rightly, that if they use hypersonic missiles and Khorram Sharhars to strike the north of Israel, that Trump will order Israel not to respond. And that's exactly what happened. I missed the question, Silent Dogs. I'm sorry. Don't mean to leave you hanging. All right. So then Hezbollah, for their part, right after that attack, shot surface-to-air missiles. This is how I knew things were going to kick off. Hezbollah doesn't fire stuff like this without Iran's permission. Hezbollah, you got to understand how Iran works. They have like an axis. They're like a baseball team, all right? Their AAA affiliate is Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Their AA affiliate are the Houthis in Yemen. Their single A affiliate are the Blood Guardians in Iraq and the Popular Mobilization Force. The Blood Guardians, the PMF, and Hezbollah are what are called the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance. They're different but similar. Hezbollah arose as like a faction of the PLO after the Palestinian Liberation Organization got expelled from Transjordan in, like, I don't know, 1967 or 1968. And so they went up to Lebanon, and by 1979 Israel went scorched earth on southern Lebanon, and by 1982 this thing called the Party of God emerged. Now think about that timing. 1979, Iranian Revolution, Israel invades Lebanon, Iran helps a resistance group that used to be the PLO emerge. They've been loyal to Iran, and specifically, not just the political factions within Iran, the IRGC and the revolution. The Iranian Revolution is separate and distinct, although it's very tied in because of the way the Guardian Council works, which I'm not going to explain right now, but just understand that the political branch of the Iranian government is subservient to the Supreme Leader, the Supreme National Council, and the IRGC. They're like hierarchically non-parallel, okay? Like, the reason Iran has a parliament is because the British told them they couldn't in 1907. The British screwed Iran with this oil deal in the 1800s. They took 84% of the oil rights and gave Iran 16. And then the British were like, we don't want the Iranians to have a parliament because they might realize that was a bad deal. So then Iran was like, well, screw you, we're going to have a parliament. So they created the world's first theocratic democracy as mostly a middle finger to the British, which I think is freaking hilarious. We're going to have a parliament because we don't like the British. It's the best reason to have a parliament, in my opinion. So anyway, the point is the political branch of Iran is not very strong. The actual technical reason that it's not strong constitutionally, or however their government works, I think they do have a constitution, in fact, is that there's something called the Guardian Council. You can't run for political office. So the parliament, the foreign ministry. You can't run to the presidency. You can't run to be any of those positions unless you go to something called the Guardian Council. It's a 3-member body. By constitutional rule, the Supreme Leader appoints 2 people to that body. In the 2024 Iranian parliamentary elections, that body screened out 94% of the candidates. Okay? So you have to see, first of all, the political, when people talk about the foreign minister or the speaker of the parliament, yes, they have very powerful nominal positions, but their actual power is based on their ability to navigate all these disparate factions that operate both in the constitutional parliamentary hierarchy and within the real power structure, which is the Supreme Leader, the Supreme National Council, and the IRGC. That's completely different than the machinations of the political branch. Hezbollah is not loyal to the political branch of Iran. Hezbollah is loyal specifically to the IRGC and the Supreme Leader and the revolution. That's just Hezbollah, all right? That they were born out of this fight to stop Israel from expanding territorial conquest after 1967. It's very complicated. It has to do with Israel, in 1948, expanding its territorial holdings. Then Egypt got the Sinai back, and then Israel, after the next 20 years, took a little more territory that the world was not happy with. And then Iran, when the revolution happened in 79, was worried that Israel was going to take even more territory, so they backed Hezbollah. So for 40 or 50 years, Hezbollah has been loyal specifically to the Supreme Leader. Who are the Fayadin? Was that, you might be asking about the Mujahideen. Let me just Google what the Fedayeen are. Hold on. Fedayeen, these are Middle East guerrilla fighters, commandos, or partisans who are willing to give their lives for a larger ideological or nationalistic cause. And they trace back to the assassins of the 11th century, but the term has come about again in the Iranian revolutionary era and also in the context of the Palestinian resistance. There was also a unit under Saddam Hussein's son Uday called the Fayadin Saddam in Iraq before the fall of that government. The Warriors of God, Silent Dogs translates it. Thank you so much, my friend. Notwithstanding my complex geopolitical explanation of what Hezbollah is, Hezbollah, especially after the pager attack where Israel infiltrated the pager supply network that Hezbollah was using for secure comms, and then put these little explosives in them and then blew up a bunch of people, hurt kids, it was bad. The Quds Force, which is a specific unit of the IRGC, took over command and control of Hezbollah. Hezbollah changed drastically. You kind of got to follow it from what, well, I wasn't around back in 1982, and I didn't really follow it in 2006, but I know a lot about everything that happened from October of 2023 onwards. Hezbollah drastically changed how it fought after the pager attack. It went from like more of like a guerrilla, frame buffer. They deployed these fiber optic drones that, and Israel's ambassador to the United Nations was talking about this. Hezbollah started deploying these fiber optic drones that's definitely Russian tech through Iran that were just unstoppable. And Hezbollah's like targeted like attacks during the 40-day war when Iran was launching missiles. Hezbollah would like launch missiles in coordination with Iran, so they clearly have comms. I don't know how they're talking without the US getting it. But they must have some like modern like post-Enigma machine encoding. The point is, Hezbollah would launch missiles to take down the Israeli and U.S. air defenses, and then the Blood Guardians would do it too up in Mosul and Erbil, and then Iran would launch their missiles. Mimi says, "Thank you for all your help around the world, so I will have more insight." Mimi, you're wonderful. God bless you. Your energy just keeps me all like bubbly and wonderful, and I just praise God for you every day. The blind spot experience, and they're talking about the Assyrians. I probably am. This is footage, to bring you all back now. So when Hezbollah launched surface-to-air missiles at an Israeli aircraft in the south after the bombing of Beirut, I knew it was just a matter of time. So this is an Israeli jet firing its flares. Those flares distract the surface-to-air missiles. The jet's trying to escape the Hezbollah missiles. If he's firing those, that's his last ditch. See how he's turning really, really hard? He's basically pulling, like, what he's doing is he's trying to throw off the surface-to-air missiles heat-seeking capability. Water Under the Fridge started a membership parade. Oh, Flower, that's wonderful. And Kara, and the Blind Spot Experience, and the First 48, and Tangled Web. Congratulations. You all just were gifted Towel memberships by the one and only Water Under the Fridge, the great defender of the Great Lakes, the protector of sea life, and also our maritime passages. If your name is Flower or Kara or the Blind Spot Experience or the First 48 or Tangled Web, you've now unlocked towel emojis. All you have to do is go down into that chat. You click the little emoji button and you're going to now notice you have custom emojis. There's goats, there's sheep, there's a dog in a wig, there's towels. It's the greatest day you can imagine. Among the strange developments, the sad developments, the scary developments, you all got your wonderful towel emojis. That was great, Water Under the Fridge. That was one of the best towel membership parades we've done. But let me show you this jet. That was a wonderful time. And Mimi says, God bless the people who have been removed and replaced from their home and properties. Oh, look at all the new towel members and old enjoying their custom emojis. I love it. Oh, I love everything about it. This is a jet, by the way, trying to escape a surface-to-air missile. This was earlier today in Lebanon. That was pretty impressive camera work. Good job, cameraman. Those explosions you're hearing is the surface-to-air missile. See how it explodes here. It got distracted by the flares. And it self-destructed. Not self-destructed. It fired at what it thought was a jet, but was not. Now, immediately after Beirut was hit, Israel also launched raids in Saida, in Marub. And then this was the response from Handal and the Iranians were basically like, the missiles are coming. So I knew this was coming. I'll show you the first reports on Iranian TV about all this from earlier today. I'll show you with the English captions. They were telegraphing they were going to attack, and that's exactly what they did.
در منطقه ضاحیه قطعاً با چراغ سبز ترامپ و طراحی دولت تروریستی آمریکا صورت گرفته. بله. و از سوی هم صهیونیست‌ها در حال زمانسنجی هستند تا ببینن که واکنش‌های بیرونی به این موضوع چه هستش. در واقع این اقدام تروریستی که امروز ارتش اسرائیل انجام داده مدلی از افزایش تنش‌های نردبانی هست با هدف سنجش محرک بیرونی. البته همونطوری که شما فرمودین هشدار ایران همچنان معتبر هستش و در بالاترین سطح خودش هست و نیروی مسلح ما همونطوری که پیش از این قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا هم در اطلاعیه خودش به اون اشاره کرده از بالاترین میزان آمادگی برخوردار هست که در صورتی که صهیونیست‌ها این بازی خطرناک رو بخوان ادامه بدن و آتش جنگ رو در لبنان شعله‌ورتر بکنن و فضا رو به این سمت ببرن که ضاحیه رو به صورت مستقیم بخوان هدف قرار بدن و افزایش آتش داشته باشن، قطعا ما هم فرم جدیدی رو اجرا خواهیم کرد که این فرم احتمالاً
Enjoy that dinosaur, my dear friend. God bless you. So good to see you. We'll be here.
و
Hopefully.
ممکن است که
I might get some rest at some point.
ما رو وارد فاز وعده صادق 5 بکنه که این تهدید و این هشدار کاملا معتبر و بالای سر صهیونیست‌ها هست و هر میزانی که اونها بخوان سطح تهدید خودشون رو نسبت به حزب الله بالا ببرن در مقاطع و قطاع‌های مختلف که شامل شمال مناطق اشغالی یعنی حیفا و بعد در تل‌آویو هست رشد خواهد بود. البته در کنار این تهدید که به صورت فعال بالای سر صهیونیست‌ها قرار داره، حزب الله لبنان هم از پیش برای این وضعیت خودش رو آماده کرد و به این نکته توجه ویژه کرد.
Hello, I have an update. So you saw the Iranians were telegraphing it. Hello, Tiffany Bob. That's our great Kofi sticker. I love everything about it. You saw the Iranians fire their missiles. They fired 25 solid fuel Khaybar Shekin missiles towards Israel. 4 fell early and 21 reached Israel's airspace. I'm now going to take you, there were a lot of updates that happened after Israel struck Beirut. So Israel destroyed Sor today. I just want to be clear, the bombing that occurred in Sor ripped up the roads. So that's the initial impact. I'm going to show you what it did to the roads of the oldest continuously occupied city on earth. This was the raid on Sor. I'm going to show you the impact to the road in 1 second. But this was the bombing on Sor. This city has been leveled. Sor is in ruins. It's in the south of Israel. North of the Israeli-Lebanese border, south of Lebanon. All right, now I'm going to show you the road. The road got ripped up from this bomb. The road is just destroyed. Look at what it did to the road. It put a crater in the road. What kind of missile puts? Why would you need to do that? Look at how deep that is. A road that's probably 7 feet, 1.5 meters, 2 meters deep, maybe more, into the earth. Just wild. I don't know why you need to use a missile like that on a road. Mimi is wonderful. I agree 100%. Clumsy, clairvoyant. You will find Mimi is just the best. God bless you, Mimi. Now let me show you a little bit more how intense this raid was on Sor. This was before all news. This was just after the strike on Beirut.
Allahu Akbar.
And then people are confused as to why the Iranians respond. I'm not confused, frankly. There was just chaos throughout the occupied territories and then also in Lebanon. Alright, let me show you more scenes. Okay, this is the area that was targeted. This is after a fire broke out. Same area. Look at the fire just burning next to that attack. Okay, and then I'll show you, I believe, AFC, yes. So look at what, I think it was Silent Dogs earlier who mentioned that a raid will shake the ground and turn it into like a watery like feeling, like waves. Look what it did to the earth in Sor.
من حجم الضربة اللي صارت على دوار العلم. بجيتهم أثار الضربة كيف عملت حتى الكورنيش.
It ripped up the road.
شوف نشوف شيء ما بتصدق.
That's far from the impact site. It ripped up the concrete. It was that violent.
شوفوا كيف خسفت الأرض مرة الضرب.
This is Sur. Look at the violence. Look at the force of that impact. It ripped up concrete. Silent Dog says they have special charges for cratering. It's a lower order explosive with a slower but wider blast. Seeing the impact crater firsthand, I can tell you that is very violent. Now let me show you the raid on Al Hush in Sur. This was a different raid. Same city earlier today.
مثل ما عم نشوف.
Silent Dog says that last one we saw was a catering charge meant for the purpose we just saw.
بمشروع الحدائق.
This is Israel's raids on southern Lebanon after the bombing on Beirut. And I knew something was coming because Hezbollah didn't respond. Hezbollah always responds when Israel shells civilians. And you can see there were only 4 alerts since midnight, before everything went down tonight. I think it was like 2 drones near Mishav Gam and then some rocket alerts to the south of Kiryat Shimona. That was it. And I'll tell you, I knew it was coming. So let's take a look at the IDF footage of the drone strike in Beirut. They bragged about it. The IDF released footage. This is the footage from the drone cam. That was that strike that we just saw the aftermath of, not in Sur, but in Beirut. And so once they started bragging, I knew it was a matter of time. They were taunting the Iranians. That's from the drone cam. This was the strike on southern Beirut that started everything today. Alright, so then there was a 2-hour lag immediately at 3 p.m. Eastern, which was 9 p.m. in South Africa, 10 p.m. in Israel, 10:30 p.m. in Tehran. They launched immediately. And I had at 3:01 p.m. I put this screenshot up. You can see this is when the launch happened. Okay, and then this, if you're just tuning in, these were the missiles arriving. This is how the stream started, with just alerts flying, missiles falling on the live cam, just chaos. This is just what's happened. If you're just tuning in, check out these incredible pictures, once in a lifetime, from MEHR News in Iran. The IRGC had them live, standing, I think in Tehran, maybe in Karaj, filming the missiles as they were flying towards Israel. I've never seen it. Mohatab Khomeini, I think, is a little more digitally savvy than his dad. And so he ordered a few days ago, maybe like a week ago, on Iranian TV through his spokesperson. I watched the interview in Farsi and translated it. He ordered the TV to change, and give more real-time information. And so I knew it was going to change. I didn't know it was going to change this much. And so he ordered them to do like this. And they followed his order. They showed a live stream. I'm going to play it for you now. This was the missiles launching, about 3 hours ago now, on Iranian TV. Okay, now, let me take you to the most recent developments, because I have this to show you. And it is concerning. There were 25 solid fuel Khyber Shekin missiles that were launched, but I can also tell you one of these pieces of footage does look like a Khorram Sharhar. So I'm going to show it to you now. Alright, this doesn't look like multiple solid fuel. It looks like one Khorram Sharhar, just this footage, okay? Let's take a look. This was from earlier tonight. That familiar sort of breakup. It does look like a small cluster warhead, a small Khorram Sharhar. As Mr. President would say, a love tap Khorram Sharhar. Not one of the 80 bomblet ones that they use on Tel Aviv. But I do believe that's a Khorram Sharhar. I do. I'm not sure if other people... I'll show you it on the full screen. I do believe that was indeed a Khorram Sharhar. That's a very intense missile. And I think that was a Khorram Sharhar fired on northern Israel tonight. Yeah, so if Silent Dogs think so, I tend to agree. So the reason this is serious is that is not a regular missile. That's a mean missile. A lot of missiles are mean, but that one fires indiscriminately. It doesn't have a target as much as it has a target area. It's a scary missile. It's one of the ones you don't want to see. Oh, God bless Eddie Paulsar. If you send a picture to me, if you ever want to, I'll make Eddie an emoji. God bless Eddie. God bless you, Paulsar. It's so good to see you, my friend. I think that one deserves a special love heart. Now, if you're wondering what is a Khorram Sharhar, if you haven't seen this before, this is our video. Okay, this is Now, it's for adults, but it's to explain complex ballistic missile technology. This is Mr. Bomby. That's his name. I don't know what to tell you. This is from War Tunes. It's a very useful explanation of a very dangerous and mean missile.
My name is Khorram Sharhar 4. I cost $8 million, and when I arrive, I don't explode once. I explode 80 times! I'm Iran's most destructive ballistic missile. I carry a 1,500-kilogram warhead equivalent to the weight of a full-sized car. That's the heaviest payload in Iran's entire missile arsenal.
With a range of 2,000 kilometers, I travel at Mach 8 inside the atmosphere. That's around 9,800 kilometers per hour from Iran to Israel. 10 minutes.
But here's what most people don't know. At 7 kilometers above the target, I open up
and release up to 80 bomb bullets. They scatter over a radius of 8 kilometers.
Air defenses can shoot me down.
But by then, the bombs are already falling. Each one is the size of a hand grenade. Too small for Patriot. Too many for Iron Dome.
I am also known by the name of K-Bar. By the time a radar sees me, they have 10 minutes. So, what do you think of me?
Follow War Tune. Every day a new weapon, a new story.
Yeah, it's Tiffany Bob's favorite. Oh, Loki, thank you for that chili. It is certainly spicy indeed. So that is what a Khorram Sharhar is. It's very dangerous. Now, Hezbollah, for their part, Iran, for their part, didn't just attack with missiles tonight. They also sent drones. And I'm going to show you one of the videos released from Iran tonight. Standing by Lebanon, it might be loud. That's the Iran Angry song, by the way. That's their war song. Here's the other footage Iran put out tonight. It says they stand with Lebanon. I can't read that all. It's in Farsi. Oh, they're mad. That's generally a sign that the Iranians are mad. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to show you more from tonight. It was very intense. I'm going to show you the scenes in Gralab Square in Tehran when the attack was announced.
موشکی ایران علیه ارتش اسرائیل. بسم الله بسم الله
I think they like Hezbollah. They were never going to abandon Hezbollah, and you're crazy if you think they would. One more time, this is Tehran tonight as they launched. This is literally the moment that the crowd found out they launched this.
مبارزان آشورای پیام نزدالله آغاز عملیات موشکی ایران علیه ارتش اسرائیل.
Those are Hezbollah flags. The yellow flags are Hezbollah flags. The green, white, and red are Iranian flags. Well, I would say Hezbollah probably feels pretty supported. Now let me take you to almost remarkable scenes from Syria, where one of the Iranian boosters from their rockets just landed in the ground in Syria. This is the Syrian city of Tafas in the Darar governorate. That's the Iranian fuselage. I mean, that's pretty incredible. Look at it. That's the Iranian fuselage. Never seen this footage before. Yeah, that does sound like Ukraine or Russia. Not the one on the screen. I'm screening other footage as I look over. Alright, so there you go. That's one of the fuselages. Sauron's helmet. Ah, indeed. Yeah, you don't see that every day. The IRGC just announced that it conducted strikes against Kurdish separatist positions in Suleimania, Iraqi Kurdistan, using Sahid 136 loitering munitions, Fajar 5C guided rockets, and Fatah 360 BM-120 short-range ballistic missiles. Okay, I'll show you that attack on Iraq now. Okay, here is the attack on Suleimania. This is the IRGC has claimed this attack. So that was I don't have footage of the explosion, but Iran struck again in Iraq maybe 30 minutes ago.
Iranian terrorist regime.
All right, the Israeli spokesperson has made a statement. The IDF has made their statement. I have it for you now. We're going to watch it together. Miss FAFO, oh, thank you for that wonderful flower. God bless you. Those jewels are wonderful. Okay, the IDF has made a statement. I'm going to play it for you now. Give me 1 second. First, let me take you to occupied Mariupol, where the substation of the power plant, I believe, is burning. This is a Ukrainian strike just 30 minutes ago, maybe within the last hour, in occupied Mariupol. Hello, Kara. Kara, yes, there were strikes in southern Lebanon, and there's been a statement by the Israeli army spokesman that I will play for you, translated to English, after I show you this footage that just came out in the past 30 minutes from Russian-occupied Mariupol, which the Ukrainians have just struck and caused a massive fire at a substation to a power plant. Oh, God bless you, Clumsy Clairvoyance. You are on the ball. Your erudition is second to none. This is Russian-occupied territory tonight. It is burning. I believe that is the substation of the power plant in Mariupol. Ukraine has struck. That's quite a large fire. Now that I look at the distance he is from that fire, that is quite a large fire that is burning. This is tonight in Russian-occupied Mariupol. I think that might have been a video of the strike itself. Let's take a look one more time. Yeah, that's right after the strike. You can see the power lines going up. Miss FAFO, oh, enjoyed your towel emojis. I know how much you enjoy them. Towel emojis are wonderful. God bless you. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I will now take you to the latest from the Israeli army spokesman, translated to English from I24 News English. Here was his statement. Give me 1 second. It's 1 minute.
Good evening. A short time ago, the Iranian terrorist regime launched missiles towards the territory of the State of Israel. We were prepared for this. The IDF is strongly prepared for defense.
Oh, hold on. We have a membership parade. If your name is Judas for All, Filthy Rabbit 69, Lake It Easy 207, Brooklyn 10952, or Bama Knowles, you just got gifted memberships from Water Under the Fridge. By the way, remember, if you're waiting for a gifted membership, you actually have to go into your settings. Make sure you turn on gifted memberships, and then you'll be able to get one. Oh, God bless you, Mimi, and God bless all of you, and God bless you, Water Under the Fridge, the great defender of the Great Lakes from the Iranian attempts to invade our precious Great Lakes through Canadian territory using logs to roll their boats. If you heard your name mentioned, enjoy your new towel emojis, courtesy of the one and only Water Under the Fridge.
And strongly prepared.
Let me play this from the beginning now. Thank you all very much.
Good evening. A short time ago, the Iranian terrorist regime launched missiles towards the territory of the State of Israel. We were prepared for this. The IDF is strongly prepared for defense and strongly prepared for attack. Air defense systems are deployed throughout the country. At this time, the Chief of Staff is conducting a situational assessment with the General Staff Forum and is approving plans for the continuation. The Iranian terrorist network made a serious mistake when it once again chose terrorism. The regime is trying to create a new equation when it conducts direct fire on our territory in response to the IDF attacks on Dahia. We will not allow this. We attacked Dahia following Hezbollah's incessant firing at the northern communities. The IDF will continue to operate throughout Lebanon and deepen the damage to the Hezbollah terrorist organization. We will not allow the continuation of firing at the citizens of the State of Israel. Based on the assessment of the situation in light of the security situation, we decided to change the Home Front Command's instructions. We are prepared for the possibility of further launch. Our defense systems are excellent, but the defense is not hermetic. Continue to act.
No, you mean the American defense systems are excellent. They are. I agree, sir.
Act responsibly and calmly as you have done so far. We are already experienced. We are taking all necessary steps to ensure your safety. The IDF is prepared and ready. I will continue to update you on any developments. Good night.
Oh, he's pissed. Brent has opened up 3.3%, up to $96. West Texas crude is up 3.4 to $93 a barrel. So the oil futures are open. The Brent, which is the European index, is up 3.13% to $96.22 a barrel. The crude, the West Texas index, which is for American oil, is up 3% to $93.64 a barrel. So I will say that we were kind of looking for a statement from the Israeli minister He just told all of the citizens of Israel to be on a sort of elevated alert. It's not a good sign. I don't imagine they're going to strike right now. Iran did shut down all flights at Imam Khomeini Airport until further notice. We're back. Sometimes we have frame drops. It only lasts 4 to 6 seconds. Wow, listen to this. This is unconfirmed. Mr. President, this is what I knew, what was actually said on the call. Mr. President, reportedly unconfirmed, told Bibi the U.S. is out and will not participate in any response. He left them on their own. Yeah, first 48 we released. Oh goodness, I don't know, 400 million, maybe 600 million barrels from strategic reserve. The strategic reserve was at 1.2 billion barrels at the start of the war. It probably has like 600 to 800 million barrels right now. But you can only go back to that well, no pun intended, so many times. And that's the strategic reserve of America and all of its allies. 1.2 billion barrels. It's down though. We released 400 million barrels once. I don't know if we released more. So it's at least down to 800 million barrels. And that includes what we took from Venezuela. You can't really take it. So people don't understand what we did in Venezuela. They have very sludgy oil. That's just how it is. And you can't move. The problem with it is you can't move it fast, okay? You want oil to flow through pipelines. If it's sludgy, it doesn't flow. Okay, so we're limited right now, I think, to like 7 million barrels a day. I could be right, I could be wrong. In the existing pipeline from Venezuela to America. You can use ships, but what you need is a pipeline. Now, think about it. Not just you need a pipeline to put it from one country to another. You need a pipeline to get it from the well to the mechanism you're going to use to distribute it. Now, if you have sludgy oil, what's the problem with sludgy oil? It's not going to move through the pipeline efficiently. What do you want? You want gold crude oil, very light crude oil, to cut the sludgy oil and increase your production capacity or your output capacity or your shipping capacity, whatever you want to call it, transport capacity. Because you don't have to build bigger pipelines if you can make the oil flow better. And so why do you think we went into Iran? Mr. President Trump thought he was going to go in there and take that blonde crude oil and whatever. All the nuclear stuff was fake. All the stuff about regime change was fake. He wanted the oil. It was a pure power play for oil that would not directly, but indirectly facilitate American economic doctrine in Latin America. He's imposing a new Monroe Doctrine, if you haven't noticed, on Latin America. And to do that, you not only need to establish friendly governments in the region, you have to have the industrial capacity to strip the land of its resources. I hate to be so direct about it, but that's what colonialism is. And you don't survive as an empire without a thriving series of colonies, in name or otherwise. And what is a colony other than corporate interests abroad? All right, and why do you think our embassies and consulates primarily serve businesses? Why do you think the CIA primarily operates in the area of industry? Because real power is centered on economic interdependence and also economic control. Yeah, it's a zero-sum equation. Your empire lives and dies based on its ability to extract resources from colonies. To put it in other words, you either are a colony, in name only or otherwise, like as a vassal state, or you are colonizing, if you really want it direct. So what kind of world do you want to live in? One where like Russia and China set the tone and colonize, or one where the West sets the tone and pretends not to colonize while colonizing. And thus you see why liberals are dangerous. Because they oppose colonization without understanding the economic mechanisms behind it. And they certainly don't understand international soft power or hard power. And they just say things that undermine American influence to the benefit of our adversaries. I don't think they've ever read Kessler's Darkness at Noon. Most commies have not. That's why they're commies. If they only knew. If half the American, like bougie socialists, lived under communism in the Soviet Union and had to trade food for American blue jeans, they would never. Do you understand? The Soviet populace used blue jeans as currency. If you could get your hands on American Levi's, that was like gold. How do I know? I talked to a lot of people who used to live in the Soviet Union. Dude, I could talk for hours to people who used to live in the Soviet Union. My point is, it's kind of irrelevant to the current situation in the Middle East because we lost. But the goal was never regime change or to strip them of their nuclear program. Let's be honest. It was simply to take the oil so we could better effectuate a modern Monroe Doctrine. Do I think we should have that? Yeah. I mean, I don't want to see... I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of neo-colonialism, but I don't want to see Russia and China establish like a bipolar world order. Like it's called unipolarity, bipolarity, and multipolarity, depending on the number of strong world powers at a given time. I don't want to see that. It would be ugly. It would be gross. It would be worse than 1984. So in defense of liberal values, I don't mean liberal as in right versus left, but in defense of the Western world order and the Enlightenment and the non-Baal worshipping principles that redeem this representative democracy, I have to advocate for some type of modern Monroe Doctrine. I have to. It would be negligent for me to not. I would basically be abdicating American power on the world scene. It's already bad enough. Do you know how bad it is right now? What we've suffered because of the indiscretion of American leadership during this conflict. Our prestige is wrecked. It's never been lower. Maybe it's okay in Latin America, but it's decimated on the world scene, and we need to fix it immediately, or the price we will pay will be a Chinese Sino-Russo axis, unlike anything the world's seen before, and it will be ugly. You think Iran has missiles? You want to find out what China has? Russia's pretty depleted, but you don't want to see the Chinese military in action, I promise you. Yeah, it is quite already ugly, I agree. But my point is, it's an untenable situation. That we never should have gotten into this war. I can't stress it enough. Not just because of the impacts on innocent people, not just because of the psychological torture for the people who were under the bombs that were falling, but because it was pointless. There was no good reason to do this. And if you were going to do it for oil, say it. What are you going out there talking this nonsense, the American administration, about regime change and about nuclear weapons? You've made us look foolish. This is worse than Vietnam. At least Nixon was a cunning genius. Listen, run your mouth all you want about President Nixon. It's probably fair. He was CIA through and through. All right? He was a little bit, what's the word? Intense. Okay, he pushed the limits. But don't tell me that it was Richard Nixon's fault that the plumbers broke into the DNC. Nonsense. That same unit broke into the Chilean embassy for the CIA with the agency's permission 2 months before that. They actually tried to break into the Watergate far before June 23rd. I think it was over Memorial Day weekend of '72. They tried to hit the Watergate, all right? They also hit the Chilean embassy, then they hit the Watergate again. You know why they hit the Watergate? Because they thought that, they had proof, actually, that the Dems, two things. One, the secretary at the Watergate, allegedly. Basically, you'd go there and across the road. So the Watergate it's complex. It's a very complex situation. The Watergate is like a business park, but it also has a hotel across the street. You'd go to the secretary of the DNC. This is allegedly. I don't know if this is right or not. It's alleged in the files. You'd go to the secretary and you'd say like, okay, I want to go to this room at the hotel, and in the room would be a girl. That's what was alleged. Furthermore, they allege that some of the funding for the DNC in the lead up to the 72 election, which you really got to understand what the 72 election was. It was a Democratic primary between a very moderate McGovern and a very progressive Muskie. Muskie other way around. A very progressive McGovern and a very moderate Muskie. Muskie stood the better chance of beating Nixon in the 72 primary. So the subterfuge, the context of Watergate was basically Nixon was worried that the Dems were going to put up a viable moderate challenger to him. So he wanted to sabotage the race by instead putting up like a virulent progressive who was Muskie, who was McGovern, who couldn't win. And that's exactly what happened. Nixon steamrolled in 72. This is exactly correct, Grant Dog says. Water under the fridge. Boots have to hit the ground and win, or 70 years is gone. Yeah, and that's true. But let me just explain. So, God bless you, water under the fridge. You're 100% right. But yeah, so Nixon was a tactical genius. You must understand, like Roger Stone got his start in politics because he was working for Haldeman and Ehrlichman over at CREEP, the Committee to Re-elect the President in 72. And I'm sure some of you who were alive for this are going to be like, did he live this? How does he know all this? Like to the month. I just know Watergate in and out. I'm an expert on it. So anyway, the point is that you got to understand the geopolitical context, and you got to understand Nixon's brilliance. He manipulated the 72 Democratic primary. One of the things he did was he sent Roger Stone through, I forget who it was. It was, I don't know if it was McCord or who the hell was running like the liaison between CREEP and the plumbers. So the committee to re-elect the president was run by the former Attorney General, Mr. Mitchell. And like basically like they were like the operators, but the hitters were Haldeman and Ehrlichman, who were Nixon's assistants, right? And so basically the way that Nixon did it was he sent Roger Stone and other people up to New Hampshire. Roger Stone gave $1,000 to the Muskie campaign in the name of the Communist Party of the United States. Muskie took it and then they dropped it in the press and framed Muskie as a communist. It was hilarious. And then they also said he was racist against Canadians because he used a slur about French fries or something. Freaking hilarious. They had like, he was trying to launch his campaign in New Hampshire outside the Union Leader, the newspaper, and they just, like, Stone just went and sabotaged him, and McGovern won the primary nod, and Nixon ran the table. I think outside of Reagan's win against Mondale, it was probably the biggest sweep. I think Nixon won Massachusetts in 72. It was brutal. It was. I think the only state that McGovern carried was Delaware, if I recall. I'm just guessing off the top of my head. But yeah, it was bad. It was one of the most brutal sweeps in like the history of American politics. And Nixon engineered it. You got to understand. So Nixon was a tactical freaking genius. Say what you want about it. He sabotaged Kissinger's peace talks on behalf of President Johnson in 68 in the lead up to the first election. Remember, Nixon ran in 60, lost to Kennedy because Kennedy had friends in Illinois, you know what I'm saying? But when you mess around with Momo and those guys, you're going to suffer, and Kennedy did. So learn that lesson. Don't accept help to get votes in Illinois from the mob. Anyway, because they're going to screw you eventually, especially if you have to sleep with a different woman every 3 days. What are you doing, John F. Kennedy? But Nixon in 68, all right, so he's talking to this woman in New York who had a liaison, who's a liaison to the North Vietnamese, the Viet Cong. And she was telling them that they could get a better deal if they sabotaged he may have spoken to the South Vietnamese as well, telling both of them they could get a better deal if they sabotaged the peace talks and didn't let President Johnson, vis-a-vis Henry Kissinger at the 68 Paris peace talks, solve the Vietnam War. As you know, they both held out. The peace talks failed. Nixon came into office, bombed the ever-loving hell out of Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, etc. Torpedoed American military prestige. But the point is, at least he was a ruthless tactical operator. All of those examples are, you can call it evil, but there was something to it. There was substance. There was some, he was playing chess. What the hell is this modern political arena? You see any of that type of genius tactical maneuvering by anybody? The Democrats are dressing up like frogs. Okay, that's like their economic policy. They dress up like frogs and they run around and they yell at federal agents with bullhorns. That is not economic policy. The Republicans, for various reasons, say what you will about Mr. President Trump, They have a cohesive policy vision, but unfortunately they're completely hamstrung by Mr. President's like unitary decision making, and he's incapable of playing on the level of Mr. President Nixon. And that's why we're cornered. This isn't Vietnam. This is worse. This is an embarrassment. This isn't Iraq. This isn't Afghanistan. Those were embarrassments. Just to help the old Saudi Wahhabiist regime cover up their role in 9/11. Disgusting. This is worse. I'm sorry. There's no way out of this at this point. And this is why I think Mr. President Trump, according to the most recent reports, has said, Israel, you want to attack, you're on your own. Because this is the worst cluster F the American military has been in since Canada raised their flag over Detroit. Benjamin Netanyahu may get desperate, but he can't fight. He doesn't have the resources to fight alone. He doesn't. Iran will torment those people of Israel. They will torment them. Iran's expecting a retaliation by Bibi. Breaking President Benjamin Netanyahu's testimony in Jerusalem District Court for his corruption trial related to cases 8001, 8002, and 8004, the multi-year sprawling corruption investigation, allegations of pay-for-play favors with news organizations in Israel, etc., etc., and his wife like taking furniture and some kind of like cleaning services. I don't know. It's a lot of money. He's on trial. It's completely canceled for tomorrow. Wow. According to the Financial Times, this is the quote from President Trump. Wow. This could have got bad tonight, but if this quote's true, maybe Mr. President Trump is standing firm on business. Quote, I call the shots. I call all the shots. Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. Bibi's weak. Wow. Oh, wow. Alright, I have new video for you now from Haifa from earlier. I'm going to show like when the Iranian missiles started landing in Haifa. Then I'm going to show you some updates from Fox News and Trey Yingst. Here's the video. It's a long piece of from the north of Israel earlier tonight. Emma J, thank you for your support. God bless you. Enjoy your towel emojis. We have dogs, sheep. They're wonderful. There's a Pete Bunny. There's a towel. Thank you for your support, Towel Channel.
خفش كاشف شاطر انت خفش كاشف
Oh, the doggy. He's probably scared. Those sounded. It'll pick back up. I'm a 10. Come on now. Hey, we're back. Sorry about that. Frame drop. I'm going to pick the video right back up from where it started. Just a slight frame drop. This is from Haifa just a few hours ago. Save the doggy.
خفش كاشف شاطر انت خفش كاشف خفش خفش كاشيو خفش شاطر.
Paulster says the puppy's commentary is on point. Yeah, I mean, I don't speak puppy, but let's go with it. Sure, why not?
وين راني؟
شو حبيبي؟
All right, so that was the latest. Let me show you a little bit more. I will show you as much as I can. And welcome as well. Thank you very much for your wonderful support. I just want to say again, enjoy your towel emojis, Emma J, and thank you so much for your support of Towel Channel. Towel emojis are great. I'm now going to take you through a few more updates from tonight. This is almost an unbelievable readout from the Financial Times. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it. I'm going to read you out with the Financial Times. So reporters are just calling Mr. President Trump again. Remember how when things got intense during the war, they would just call his cell phone, he would answer, and then they would be like, yeah, I just got off the phone with the president. Well, it's happening again. According to the Financial Times, quote, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran, Donald Trump said, because the U.S. president calls the shots. He won't have any choice, Trump told the Financial Times in a telephone interview. Quote, I call the shots. I call all the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. Hello, Kingsley. How are you? Good to see you. God bless you, my friend. We had quite a night. Attacks throughout northern Israel. Let me play you now Trey Yink's report from Fox just a few hours ago, and then I'll play you his on-the-ground report as well. But let me play you Trey Yink's report from Fox News earlier tonight. I thought I reposted it. I might have just reposted it amidst a bunch of other things. Yeah, I did. Let's take a listen. Latest from Trey Yink.
As I was speaking with the president in the window, I could see some of these incoming missiles headed toward the northern part of this country. The IDF says they were able to shoot down the majority of the incoming fire, but the president in Fox is certainly not going to help negotiations. I asked him if he had a message for the Iranian regime. He said, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough, get back to the table and make a deal. President Trump indicated in our conversation that negotiations with Iran were progressing toward a possible agreement as early as Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. He told me, and he said now this takes place. And so the president will likely be briefed in the hours ahead about what is happening right now, this exchange of fire that again started earlier today with the Israelis striking the Lebanese capital of Beirut in response to Hezbollah attacks against their country. And so there's been this back and forth taking place. And I asked President Trump if there was coordination with the Israelis regarding the strikes in the Dakhya neighborhood of southern Beirut earlier today. He told me there was not coordination with Israel and added that he was not happy about it. And so the president taking in a lot of information right now as it relates to what is happening in the Middle East. But the latest information, John, that we have 4 waves of Iranian ballistic missiles targeting civilian populations of Israel and new threats at this hour from Iran's IRGC that they will target U.S. bases across the Middle East if the Israelis respond to these strikes on their territory. This is a significant ballistic missile attack against Israel, the largest that we have seen since the ceasefire went into effect in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury. And again, it's an indication that the Iranians still have some of their ballistic missiles left, despite the military defeats that they suffered during the operation. And again, President Trump indicated that he has sympathy for those in the region who are uninvolved. He talked about the situation in Lebanon. He said he didn't want to see it as a firing range. And ultimately, we have seen a lot of success on the diplomatic front from the Trump administration to try to reach a normalization deal between Israel and Lebanon. But it's this X factor of Hezbollah, Iran's largest proxy in the Middle East, that is throwing a wrench in this ongoing process. Remember, the president has been able to normalize ties with regional countries and Israel through the Abraham Accords. He has called on other regional countries to join this agreement. And he is trying to de-escalate the tension between Israel and Lebanon amid this ongoing regional conflict. There is a broader effort here by President Trump to reach a negotiated settlement with the Iranian regime that would A, open the Strait of Hormuz, B, ensure that Iran never has a path to a nuclear weapon, and C, export or destroy all of their enriched material that currently exists inside of Iranian territory. But of course, when something like this happens, this exchange of fire that is currently taking place, it complicates the efforts by President Trump to reach such an agreement. And I'm just looking right now at the latest updates that we have, John. Our team in Tel Aviv reporting that that neighbors Iran has temporarily closed its airspace and has suspended air navigation due to safety concerns of air traffic in the region. The western part of Iran's airspace is currently closed until further notice. That is according to Iranian state media. There are a lot of threats going around right now from the IRGC and from Iranian state media to target U.S. bases across the region. But again, the latest information that we have, John, 4 waves of Iranian ballistic missiles have targeted civilian areas of Israel. The Iranians say this is in response to the IDF strikes that targeted the Hezbollah stronghold of southern Beirut earlier today. President Trump reacting exclusively to Fox News to this ongoing Iranian attack, saying it is certainly not going to help negotiations. And again, President Trump telling Fox News that his message to Iran is, you have shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. We will see in the hours ahead how the Israelis respond, but we know not only do the Israelis remain on high alert, but also the U.S. military that dealt with Iranian threats over the weekend. On Friday evening, they shot down 4 Iranian attack drones that were headed to the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM also says they dealt with 7 incoming Iranian ballistic missiles that were targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait. This speaks to the readiness of the U.S. military for a variety of scenarios that could take place in the hours ahead. John?
Trey, real quick question. Behind you, we see a highway that is clogged with cars as, you know, it's pushing midnight in Israel. Are those folks trying to get away from a potential missile threat, or is it just, you know, pothole repair or something like that?
It's a great question. I need to speak with sources in Israel to get a better understanding of that specific traffic, but it would not be surprising if this is coming from the northern city of Haifa. If you go that direction from where these cars behind me, John, are coming from.
He's saying that people are fleeing the bombing in Haifa. Wow. And then he cut it off. Okay. Let me read you the statement from the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs at 8:45. I got to get up early, too, for the Michael Proctor hearing. I'll give you as much as I can, though. All right, here we are. The statement from the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Following the repeated violations of the ceasefire of April 10th and the repeated aggressive actions of the Israeli regime against Lebanon and the Islamic Republic of Iran, including through complicity with the U.S. Army in the attacks of the past 2 weeks on Iranian ships and targets in the southern region of the country, as well as complicity with the U.S. regime in maritime piracy against the Iranian nation, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran struck several military sites in the north of occupied Palestinian territories, so he means the north of Israel, on the evening of Sunday, June 7th, which is June 17th for them, within the framework of the inherent right of self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Islamic Republic of Iran, emphasizing the Iranian nation's strong determination to decisively defend its security and national interests at any point it deems appropriate, recalls that the ceasefire in Lebanon was an integral part of the ceasefire understanding dated April 10th, and that the U.S. government bears direct responsibility for the violations of the ceasefire by the Israeli regime and the consequences thereof, as well as any increase in tension in the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran warns that any evil adventure by the Israeli regime against Lebanon or the Islamic Republic of Iran will be met with a crushing and comprehensive response from the brave Iranian armed forces. Okay. And now I will show you what happened after the Iranian strike on the north of Israel. Israel then went and attacked the Al-Taliliya school in Zafta. This is footage from 10 minutes ago. This is the fallout. Israel immediately bombed a school.
يا حرام هذا ابو عرب هذا ابو عرب.
Oh, there are people screaming. This is horrifying. What is Iran going to do now?
يا حرام هذا ابو عرب هذا ابو عرب. يا حرام هذا ابو عرب هذا ابو عرب. يا حرام هذا ابو عرب هذا.
They did the exact same. They did the very thing Iran said not to do. Israel immediately lashed out in Lebanon. Let me take you to Russia now, where Ukraine. This is Ust-Luhansk following a Ukrainian strike. I think this person. Oh, okay. I think this person should probably leave their home. I mean, you know, that's a really big fire. They're just kind of hanging out. They're like, well, you know, yeah, I think you might want to leave. You know, just saying. That's a pretty big fire. This is just coming across the wires. This is Russia right now. This is Russia, specifically Russia's Ust-Labinsk, Ust-Labinsk. That's quite a fire. Ukraine certainly knows how to strike hard. In Mariupol, Russian air defenses shot down a drone over a residential building, which is now burning. You can hear the crackling of the fire. Alright, Tal's gotta go to bed soon. My throat's hurting. Gotta be careful with how much I talk. Now let me show you one more video from Gaza where the Palestinians were able to watch the rockets flying overhead tonight towards Israel.
شوفوا طلعوا المسيرات. الله أكبر الله أكبر. قصفوا إسرائيل قصفوا إسرائيل. الله أكبر. ولك يسعد دينهم. قصفوا إسرائيل وأخيرا كل العرب يصحصحوا.
That was pretty intense. That was from Gaza tonight. Now I will show you a few more updates before I go to bed. Here is footage from the Dominican Republic where a plane, tragically in the last 2 hours, crashed on landing.
Dios mío. Dios mío, Dios mío.
He's saying, oh my God, oh my God. This is the Dominican Republic a few hours ago. This was a plane that crashed on landing.
Mío. Dios mío, Dios mío.
I don't know why he was filming. I don't know how this has happened. There are multiple casualties, according to initial reports, from this crash.
Dios mío. Dios mío, Dios mío.
I mean, it's just heartbreaking footage. I can't believe someone was standing there filming that. let me give you the latest readout from the Financial Times. Just a quick quote. Asked what would happen if any such deal with Iran failed on the merits, Mr. President Trump said he would consider a commando raid on Iran. It means one of two things, Mr. President Trump said. Number one, it would mean that possibly we would go in and take care of the rest of the place that we didn't take care of militarily. Or it would mean just that we would keep the blockade on Iran because the blockade has been probably more powerful than any attack that was ever made on that country. Now, taking you to Iranians SNN TV, where an Iranian girl was interviewed and says in English, "I had a really good feeling when I saw Iran's armed forces fulfilling their promise for attacking Israel if they attacked Beirut." Let's take a listen to her now.
خیلی خوشحال بودم. ایران گفته بود که اگر ساحل لبنان رو مورد حمله قرار بدید میزنمتون و 3 موج عملیاتی زد و همچنان هر روز فکر میکنم 3 موج بزنه. خیلی حس خوبی داشتم.
Well then, okay. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. My voice is tired, but I think if we're going to play a song tonight, there's going to be one song that we're going to play. All right, there's really only one song that can be played after a night like tonight. Oh, Water Under the Fridge says, "Free, unhurried, protector of humanity from evil alien AI, champion of copyright law, and a man more powerful off his meds than on. Godspeed, brother." God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. God bless you, and God bless your stalwart defense of the Great Lakes and the vulnerable. It's true. You are a stalwart defender of the Great Lakes and the vulnerable, my dear friend. All right, you're getting a song. You're getting the song. There is only one song that we can play on a night like tonight. You know exactly what it is. You have to go to bed. You're going to see me again tomorrow, maybe. I have to record a Karen Reed hearing. 1 second. I have to get up very early. We're not going to, by the way, please do not live stream that hearing tomorrow. Judge gets really mad. Just don't. All right? Just record it if you have permission. But we're ending with this song. I'm going to do Tippecanoe first, then afterwards I'll do our outro. Let me get Pete Bunnytail in case Francine comes around and say hello. Where's Pete? Pete, where are you? Hold on 1 second. He's under his blanket. Here he is. Pete Bunnytail is our channel mascot. What a night. If you're just tuning in, it has been quite intense. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You will be able to watch the recap. I took it all live. I covered it all as it unfolded. Hamburgers, it's so good to see you. Emojis. God bless you. God bless all of you, and may God continue to hold this precarious peace even after tonight's intensity. But if you've never been here before, this is a one-man news operation. It's just me. I don't have staff. I source the clips. I translate. I give you the context. I give you the information. I'm the anchor, the reporter, the editor, the producer. If you like what you saw, if you want to help my efforts, if you want to help me feed me, I know a lot of people say, they don't know when I need help versus when I don't. So if you want to help, I do need some help this month. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo @ GrantE1. There is a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Now, you also have been able to support by liking the stream, subscribing. Thank you all for supporting Towel Channel. 180 countries reached over the past 90 days. That's very... It wouldn't be Towel Channel coverage if we didn't have a little frame drop. I'm back. Hello. We're back. I told you it never goes for more than 10 seconds. Anyway, so it probably cut me off in the middle of my donation read. It's a conspiracy. You can donate via Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. You can scan on the screen. There's a little QR code. There's a Venmo @ Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Thank you for all your super chats. Thank you for all your support tonight. God bless all of you. You are all loved and appreciated in every single way. IXO, it's so good to see you. # Save the Goats. But now, with that said, I strive with this service. If you can't donate or are unable to, that's really the point. I strive to provide information with no paywalls in order to engender cogent public discourse and thus ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. Kim, it's so good to see you. I hope you all have a wonderful day as well. You have a wonderful day as well, Water Under the Fridge. So, if you like what you saw tonight, I like to do Tippecanoe at the end of the streams. So, this is where I list the presidents in order. Listen to the song. It's a song. The song. Then I'll do my closing. Then I'm going to go to bed. Then I got to wake up and record a court hearing. Here we go. All right, so first, of course, you had President Washington, then President Adams, then President Jefferson, then President Madison, then President Monroe, then President Adams Jr., then President Jackson, then President Van Buren. Skip 9, 10, 11, 12. 13's President Fillmore, then Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So you're going to do, let's see, hold on. It is Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Thank you all very much for allowing me to do that. Share Bear, it's so good to see you. We had quite a night, but things seem to have calmed down. There's been some intense Israeli raids in South Lebanon. It's unclear if Iran will respond. If they do, I'll be awake and ready to tell you about it. All right, so with Tippecanoe and Tyler too done, Tiffany Bob, it was so good to see you and Rekha and all of you. Absolutely. Share Bear is going to be sitting with Chester, perhaps Chester Copperpot, making sure that Benedict Arnold stays the hell off their property. I do tend to agree Iran will respond, Silent Dogs. Speaking of that, here's our song for the evening. It's that song. This will play us out, then I'll do my closing. The war song. Silent Dogs are done.
Amen.
Well, I think that's an apropos song for tonight. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It has been a hell of a day. You'll be able to watch the replay if you missed it. Israel is probably going to respond with more than just bombs in Lebanon. I need to be direct with you. Israel, I'll show you just before we go what happened. Israel bombed a hospital in response to what Iran did tonight. And then on top of that, Israel bombed in Zifta in the south of Lebanon near an evacuation center, and it destroyed the damn evacuation center. So they took it out on civilians. They always do. Look at what they did. They bombed the evacuation center. I'm mad. I'm mad. You can't be. Oh, Iran's going to be mad. This was after Israel got its hands. I'd call it a hand slap. No civilians were hit as far as I understand. A military base was definitely hit and set on fire in the north. But it was a military base used to launch bombing raids on Lebanon, civilians in Lebanon, so, you know. But the point is, so you go and bomb an evacuation center in response? I swear, every single time I become incredulous about this war. I became incredulous when the Iranians by accidentally bombed the Palestinians. They didn't do it on purpose. They just, you know, one of the Khorram Shahars hit a beauty salon and killed 3 Palestinians in the West Bank. Don't think I forgot. I absolutely remember. Just like I remember the missile that hit the Arab town to the west of Nazareth. I know what I'm talking about. And that fuselage that fell in the occupied West Bank as well. My point is, okay, you know, I've become incredulous a few times because of things that were not on purpose. But every time I get mad about a bombing that's on purpose, it's the IDF and they're striking a hospital or lashing out against civilians or bombing refugee centers. And it always is just because they're mad. They get cornered tactically and they lash out against Lebanese civilians. This was 10 minutes ago. Look at that. It's destroyed. They destroyed. There are children. There are refugees in that center. Okay? And it's in the south of Lebanon. They bombed the refugee center. I'm mad. You'll see more. I will cover this tomorrow. I will wake up. I have to go to bed because I got to wake up and cover a very important hearing in the morning. Or God only knows what is going to happen. Oh, I agree, water under the fridge. The question is not whether someone will be charged, it's whether Iran will let things slide. Oh, Clumsy Clairvoyance, thank you so much for letting me know to end the poll. The question I asked was, do you believe that as of today, Iran has a nuclear bomb? Yes, 51% of you. No, 30% of you. Undecided, 19%, with over 230 votes. Thank you very much for participating in that unofficial towel poll. I lean yes. I tend to lean yes. Which is why Mr. President Trump, he's not being cowardly, he's being tactically smart. That's the only explanation. But he can't admit they have a nuclear bomb. Or, I mean, come on. Come on. So I think the deal, I think there's way more to this deal than anyone knows. I really do, and I think they have the bomb. Now let me take you to Jordan, which is Ramat City in the north. Remember how I told you Iran fires through the north of Jordan? Remember? I tried to tell you. Well, there's an Iranian fuselage burning in a residential neighborhood. Oh no, Iran caused some damage in Jordan. This is Jordan. So the rockets either get intercepted or they like sometimes break apart, you know. This one landed in the northern city in Jordan and it caused some damage. Let's just say it caused some damage. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and it has been very intense tonight. All right, it's been very intense in Ukraine, in Russia, in Israel. Here's the view from Tel Aviv before I do my closing. You could actually see the rockets hitting Haifa from Tel Aviv. So you see that missile? That was one of the Iranian missiles. Trey Yinks caught it from Tel Aviv. Silent Dogs, I think I read a story in the news once, Silent Dogs, about a kid. He was a teenager. I think he was in the Midwest of the U.S. And I think he was like in high school chemistry, and he didn't mean to make a fusion reactor. He just did by accident. Not by accident. He was smart enough to do it, but he didn't mean to actually make a fusion reactor. I think he thought he was just like going to make a model. He intended it to be a fusion reactor. You can't by accidentally make a fusion reactor. But I don't think he thought he was like making a restricted piece of technology. And so this kid, he's doing his thing. And out of nowhere, the U.S. Atomic Energy Agency and the feds, the serious feds, they all show up. And they're like, do you have a permit to run this fusion reactor? And he's like, I didn't know I needed a permit. And they were like, well, that's radioactive material in your garage. And he was like, but I was just, doing my science project. And I don't think they charged him, but they were like, son, I'm glad you want to have a future in science, but you can't be making nuclear reactors in your garage for a number of reasons. So let's just say that didn't work out for the young man. I'm sure he got a good job at NSA or something, but bro, no, I would not recommend that. Hello, Miss Clutch. It's so good to see you. Ah, yes, Ms. Clutch, that one actually can happen. There's a lot of warnings that go out about household cleaning products because you shouldn't be mixing them. I mean, you got to have them. They're pretty natural. But if you read the warning labels, yeah, you shouldn't combine certain things. It says it right on the bottle, but I get your point. You don't want to accidentally make a fusion reactor. It's so good to see you, Ms. Clutch. But yes, definitely if you missed tonight's stream, you'll want to watch the recap. I got to go to bed because I got to wake up at 8:45 a.m. to record what I'm sure is going to be an absolutely absurd hearing. Judge Gildea, listen, Judge Gildea in the Karen Reed civil case, he's not grumpy. But on a good day, I've heard him say to a lawyer, your point is well taken. Like a rude tone. Begrudgingly, yes, counselor, that was a good point. But answer me this. And then just, he is going to be so mad. You're going to be dealing with a grumpy, 70-year-old Massachusetts judge at 8:45 in the morning on a Monday. Not at 9:30. First of all, the clerks are going to be pissed. The clerks, do you know what the clerks like to do? They know that dockets are rough, but they like to get in there and at least open the door. They like to kind of see what's on the docket. They like to get themselves settled. I'm not speaking for the clerks. I'm a reporter. I spend a lot of time around courts. So anyway, they're very nice people, but what they don't like to do is open the door at 8:30 Monday morning and then immediately we're off to the races because we have an emergency 8:45 a.m. hearing about a protective order regarding a deposition that, barring some kind of medical intervention, is going forward tomorrow. It's going to be fireworks. You can't live stream it. I swear if someone tries to violate that court order and stream that thing, don't insult Judge Gildea. He's been very kind. We'll be recording that hearing. But yes, I have to go to bed. 1, because my throat hurts. And 2, because I must wake up. I must record that hearing. It's going to be absurd. You don't understand. If you watch the channel, you'll see just some of the messages. Remember how I told you those state policemen were bad in Massachusetts? Well, they're much worse than anybody thought. I'm actually going to go on my friend's show tomorrow. I'm going to do it after the Proctor hearing. You're going to get to see me live. My friend is great. He's really smart. He's this guy from down south. I'm going to go on his show tomorrow. All right, I'll drop the link. He's a great man named Ray. Some of you probably know him. I'm going to go on. We're going to talk about, I want to talk about the war a little bit. And then we're going to talk about Proctor. And I'm going to let him interview me because I do better when people ask me questions. And Ray's really smart. One time, Ray and I, when we were doing an interview, he asked me like 40 questions in a row. This man knew every single congressional race that I brought up. It was great. I was like, the House is going to come down to like a few districts in Michigan and maybe Nevada and Arizona and 2 or 3 in California and like maybe a little bit of Pennsylvania and Delaware. He knew them. Oh, it was great. He's so smart. So I'll drop a link, and I'm going to enjoy that. Yeah, well, Tiffany and Bob, we discuss mostly politics, and we're going to talk about Proctor. Now, if you know anything about Proctor, all right, you'll know that tomorrow's hearing is going to be wild. I don't really know how it's going to play out, but I've told you for months, if you've been watching this coverage, I would sometimes interject and just kind of say, like, listen, the state police in Massachusetts are really bad. Like, beyond bad, beyond my ability to tell you how bad they are. I've laid it out with primary source details, my theories, the corruption, etc., etc., etc. Oh, nope. But yes, so my point is, where was I going with that? Oh, yes. So if you look at this coverage, you'll see interspersed over the past few months me warning people that the state police in Massachusetts, they had done bad things. You know. Oh, no frame drop. I'm back. Where am I? So I had been saying, listen, the state police did bad things. And I made it very clear to people. I really did. I said to them over and over and over, I'll be Big Towel for this. Have you ever? Thank you. Hello, I'm back. I'm a towel. We've been having some frame drops. Have you ever wanted to see Big Towel? Now I'm Big Towel. Look at me. Hashtag Big Towel. Yes, Kitty Coco Proctor wants a protective order to stop him from having to do the deposition, but the problem is, like, he did this at the last minute on Friday, and Alan Jackson flew into Massachusetts for this deposition. But those of you who've been watching this feed, if you look at the text messages that came out from the state police, listen, there were audio recordings. It's the worst thing. I did a stream on it the other night. You couldn't see it on the channel. It traumatized me to read the messages, and this is only some of them. I heard there's worse stuff out there. It's bad. It's as bad as possible. They were in their official position talking about letting black people die in car crashes. Like, if the victim in a car crash was black, the state cop would call over to the local cop and be like, just let him die. Hello, I'm back. I will not be deterred. My point is, so I've been speaking for the last few months about the state police, and the messes are worse than you can imagine. There was, as I mentioned, one where the state cop told the local cop not to respond to a traffic accident, a serious car crash, because one of the victims in the crash was black. And then the state cop said, let them die. It's worse than Watergate. It's the biggest scandal I've ever seen, and it's going to get bigger. Because these guys, what I believe happened was, so there was a way you could get on the state police, but you owed favors. Like, and it wasn't state police, it was local police too. And who you owed favors to, I don't really know. I don't want to know. I have some idea. It's bad, and it's going to get worse because there's stuff on there that's going to expose who these people were working for. They were like errand boys. Well, I think you start as an associate, and then you like get initiated. You know what I'm saying? There's a parallel structure. You got to understand. People don't. I know this is the end of the stream. I just kind of sometimes rant. You got to understand that the CIA and the mafia were two. The mafia doesn't exist anymore. That's what the FBI in Boston says. The CIA and the mafia were two different heads of the same dragon. So there are structures. You got to understand like what paramilitary means. All right. You see why I want to demilitarize the state police in Massachusetts? Do you know what paramilitary means? What do you think is paramilitary? The Jesuits are paramilitary. The mafia is paramilitary. The CIA is paramilitary. You really want the state police being paramilitary? Do you know what paramilitary is? It's terrifying. It means you have like a command and control structure that is very rigid. Loyalty is rewarded, and like subordination is rewarded. Insubordination is sternly punished. You have to be very loyal. Like the Jesuits are God's Marines, like the Pope's Marines, basically. They're intellectual mercenaries. But you gotta be loyal. You can't, if you can't be loyal, don't go into institutions like that. That's how they think. But that's dangerous. Do you want your state police thinking like that? You know what it creates? Factions. And frankly, like, not really secret societies, but like, more like power structures, like inverted hierarchies. You get people who have a lot of control, like that, but it's like titular control, like a nominal control. They look like they're the top of the top, but really it's this like underling structure that's running the show. And it got worse in Massachusetts because they were like, the detective units would get embedded within the DA's offices. And then those detective units would do the screening of the new applicants. So, yeah. Proctor's, it's not Proctor that's the problem. He's the symptom of the problem. But he's going to cause the whole thing to collapse. It's worse than Whitey, by far. By far. We're going to find out these guys, the like in the orbit of this guy, did really bad stuff. But tomorrow, the issue is about his deposition. Now, I think they're going to say he's in the hospital. But the judge is going to be like, why didn't you tell me this until, Friday at 2:20, when the depo's Monday and you knew the lawyer was in town for the depo. So. Oh, God bless your friend Lavender and Rose. Listen, police are, on the whole, very honorable. I'm not saying that the actions of these cops besmirch we had a cop in Massachusetts the other day. His shift ended at 7 p.m. At 7:01, he got a call that there was a wrong way driver. I might get the time wrong, but it was 1 minute after his shift ended. He's going home to see his wife, his fiance, and he's a young kid, like 36. And he gets a call that there's a wrong way driver on Route 1. And the trooper, who has now died, God rest his soul, drove his car. He responded. He didn't have to. Drove his car into the driver to stop him and disable the vehicle, and he died while doing so. So, in no way, shape, or form do the statements or actions of some of these cops reflect policing as a whole. And it shouldn't. We have to be really careful not to... Like, we have this cop in Massachusetts who got charged with a crime because a guy tried to run him down on shift with a car, a violent felon, and the cop shot the guy. The DA charged the cop. We got to be careful not to demoralize cops. The actual job of law enforcement, when applied correctly without corruption, is very important. And oftentimes, much like the military, they will throw themselves into danger. They will run at bullets or fire, whatever the hell it may be. But the work that those good cops do, they'll lose the confidence of the public. They'll be seen like they think everyone hates them because of the actions of the cops, especially in this state. And let's be clear, it runs deep. This is not your run-of-the-mill corruption. Whatever this is dark. And I don't even frankly think it's the intelligence community. I think that's part of it. I think it's whatever is above that. And that's why this is so horrifying. Like, Jeffrey Epstein should not have been in Stoughton, Massachusetts on July 8th of 2014. It's a very specific day and time to be in Stoughton. And then the state police unit attached to the Norfolk DA did some really weird stuff in a case involving a woman named Tiffany Overstreet directly after Jeffrey Epstein went to Stoughton. I think they were his Gestapo. I need to be direct with you. And I think they're still around. Now, I called the federal government. I called the Congress. I called some other people. There are people who are aware of what happened. The question is, what do they want to do about it? Because normally, just to give you like my perspective, in a situation like this, the playbook is burn the lowest operative you can, except for Watergate. That one was different. But the normal playbook is burn the lowest level operative you can. Make them take the fall for everything. It's like how the deal works. Like somebody's always going to get like thrown to the wolves if it goes bad. Most like somebody involved. Mostly a low level person. I don't think they can do that here. They want a big fish. I have some ideas who the big fish are. I kind of have some ideas where this all leads. It's a little dark, frankly. Like the money is very dark. The whole thing is very dark. I don't like anything about it. But I have some idea of like who was calling the shots. It's pretty wild. I think the feds know a lot more than I do. Just a question. A lot. I'm back. So yeah, what I was saying is, let's just say, like, I have some idea. Like, especially the Democrats in this state. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a Democrat who patroned some of those establishments or who took part in any of this. Wow. This is way more frame drops than normal. It's an interesting topic, though, isn't it? I think it's very interesting. Oh, yeah. Lavender and Rose, 100%. I always think about how Momo met his end. I think it was Tony Spilatro that did him in. He was cooking peppers, wasn't he? Chicago is brutal. It has a brutal history. You know who else was up Chicago way? Jack Ruby. You ever look at Jack Ruby's history? Fascinating history. In 29, he was a Lovestenite. He was like a anti-Stalin communist. And after the Stalin purge, like when he took on Trotsky after Lenin died, when Stalin won, Ruby deflected. He became a cooperating informant for the federal government. And in the 30s, so Ruby, when he grew up, was around Chicago. He had a lot of like trade union friends. So they sent him to New York. It's the wildest story. And he was a communist hunter in the trade unions in New York. Then some commie tried to frame Ruby for being a commie when he wasn't. And then the feds charged the commie who tried to frame Ruby for being a commie. By 45, Ruby was doing signals intelligence for the army. By 59, he shows up. Where he went from 51 to 59 is a little unclear. I think he was in Cuba. My best read of it is that he worked with Frank Sturgis. So Frank Sturgis, when Castro was trying to overthrow Batista, Frank Sturgis, or Frank Fiorini, he was involved in Interpen, which was Intercontinental Penetration Force. It was like this CIA group in the 60s. And he also was involved in Watergate. I think it's likely Jack Ruby from 51 to 59 was in Cuba because we helped Fidel. Fidel wasn't a commie until like 59. When he was originally trying to overthrow Batista, Fidel sold to the Americans this idea that, because you got to remember, the mob was in Cuba. They ran like the Grand Hotel and all the other casinos. And so Fidel sold to the mob and the CIA that he would be friendly to their interests. Well, after Fidel overthrew Batista, he started in like the mountains, the Sierra Maestra mountains in like 51. By 59, when he overthrew Batista, he immediately was like, oh, I'm a commie now, and bailed to the Soviet Union, and then he took all Meyer Lansky's money. Santo Traficante got like arrested too. Generally, like, don't steal the mob's money. Well, Castro did it, and he exiled the CIA and the mob, which is why the mob and the CIA wanted to get Castro so bad, like right after 59. But the point of that is, where were we spelling that tale out? Where was I in my spiel? Jack Ruby. Okay, so Ruby pops up again in 59. He also went by Jack Rubenstein, that's true, or Jack Rubin. He pops up again in 59 at the Ocean Blue, the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami. And the Fontainebleau Hotel was a little weird. It was a joint owned by Frank Sinatra in part, but it was mostly this guy, Max Eder, and then Jack Ruby. And what's crazy about it is Momo, so Sam Giancana, that name comes up a lot. So Johnny Roselli, that name comes up a lot, and then Momo's name comes up a lot. So Sam Giancana was working with Frank Sinatra and Max Eder and Jack Ruby from 59 through 62 via the Fontainebleau Hotel. I found all the tax documents. They set up these like shell construction companies. Eder was an informant for the FBI, as was Jack Ruby. Now, here's the thing. Ruby was in like $46,000 worth of tax debt in, I'd say, like the fall of 62, roughly. And like he very clearly went down to Dallas. Hold on. No, I will not be deterred on this one. All right, we're back. All right, so Ruby very obviously, he had this tax debt of about $45,000 in the fall of 62. He very obviously went down and took out Oswald. How do I know? Well, there's documentation that the FBI and the sheriff of Dallas both got calls around like midnight of November 24th, like going the 23rd into the 24th, saying that if, because the sheriff had publicized that he was going to move Ruby at 8 a.m. the next day, saying that they were going to come in and get him, and they just let it happen. And it was because it was Ruby. Like, Ruby was sent down there as a contract hitter for the powers that be through Momo. He was the cleanup guy. But the point is, what's fascinating is everyone thinks that Jack Ruby died in Parkland Hospital. He did not. I found an FBI document from 1967 confirming that Jack Ruby died peacefully on December 12, 1967. It's a heavily redacted file from the church committee, but it basically confirms, like, Eder goes with the FBI to Jack Ruby's house. They find him dead, and Eder says, like, a bunch of stuff, basically, like, the guy's real name is, and it's all redacted, but it's clear it was Jack Ruby. He did not die in Parkland Hospital. That was all fake. He never was going to go on trial. He was allowed to die peacefully in Miami in his mother's home, and I can prove it too. But anyway, that's kind of a fascinating trip down memory lane. Jack Ruby's the most fascinating figure in American history. He saw everything. Like, imagine going from being like a communist to being like an anti-communist because Stalin exiled Trotsky and then had him killed with an ice pick. And then you're infiltrating the trade unions in New York in the 30s to hunt for commies. And then by the 40s, you're doing signals intelligence for the army. Signals intelligence was invented basically after Bletchley Park. It was invented at that time. And then you're working, then you disappear from like 51 to 59. Probably you're in Cuba running like guns to help Castro overthrow Batista. And then you show up from 59 to 62 at the Fontainebleau Hotel, which is partially owned by Frank Sinatra because you're helping Momo, but really you're working for the FBI. And then you kill Lee Harvey Oswald, and then you get to go die like peacefully, but you can't tell anyone in South Florida, and your mom's home 3 years later. Craziest life anyone ever lived. Absolutely. Like, somebody's got to write that story. I have all the documents. Nobody's ever actually told Jack Ruby's story the way it deserves to be told. He was integral to a lot of American history from 29 through 63. His role in taking out Lee Harvey Oswald is just a capstone of his career. He was a dedicated public servant, but like, there are some people who will go their entire life. Charles William Wiley is a good example. He was CIA. I found the documents. My point is, I found his OSS file. My point is, there are some people who go their entire lives and they never get to say what they've done for the country because it's all clandestine. And Jack Ruby's story has never actually been told. And when you tell his story from 29 through 63, then him killing Oswald makes a lot more sense. That's why they don't tell the story. So, I have it all memorized, though. But yes, God bless. I got to wake up early to record that hearing. Thank you for watching Tal News. Thank you for supporting independent news. God bless all of you. If you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream or that history lecture, you may consider paying it forward. I'm Big Towel tonight. You may consider a donation to our vets, our homeless veterans, our service members or their families. There should not be one veteran homeless in the United States of America against their will, or we have failed. We failed as a society, and we can do better. My voice is tired, so I want to go to bed, but do consider a donation to our homeless vets, our service members or their families today. Likewise, if you like animals, you may consider a donation to an animal shelter run by veterans or service members that helps our service members or veterans. Great way to help our furry friends and our service members or veterans. But if you can't find such a shelter, you may consider just donating to an animal shelter in general. Our furry friends are very important. Hashtag save the goats. Now, if you live in the UK, you may consider donating to The Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore during the outro. In that way, may we change the current realpolitik, hopefully, from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. My voice is tired. I'm tired. God bless you all. So good to see you all, Silent Dog, and Clumsy Clairvoyance, and Tiffany Bob, and First 48, and Penny. Thank you all so much for being you. Thank you for welcoming me into your home, or wherever you may be watching tonight. Thank you for being you, most importantly, and God bless each and every one of you. I continue to pray for peace. I thank you for your support, and I wish you all a good evening, a good night, or a good afternoon, whatever the case may be. Coming up on 7:40 p.m. Eastern here in Boston, which would be 9:40, 10:40, 11:40, 12:40, 2:40 a.m. in, is that right? No, it sounds like it should be 1:40 a.m. in South Africa, 2:40 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 3:10 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. If further developments occur, I'll be back with you on youtube.com/@GrantSmith-Ellis for more. Until then, good night, God bless, and may God continue to protect us all.